I am on your Twitch page, and now it's loading.
All right, we are live. Hello. Oh, all right, hello, everyone. Welcome to the pre-final round podcast. I am joined here with King Salmon.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? And whoever heck is here, because ain't nobody here right now. Give it a second to start up. No.
I'm gonna tweet it out.
Yeah, let's get the social media cracking.
We live, baby. Tweet it out.
Ragnarok almost ready. Yeah, we here.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Ragnarok because he's just getting home from the burr. Enjoying his time. And I want to put this right here on to set the Soul Calibur mood, play some Soul Calibur tunes. So, go ahead and introduce yourself here. You're coming over here to the first podcast for a pre-tournament event that's been going on so far. We have a lot to talk about here. There's a lot of really good players coming out to this event. So it's really stacked. I have a lot. I'm really excited.
I had a quick look over the bracket. Well, one, in case you don't know me, I am King Salmon, the OG. Got my name because I watched a lot of Rambo 1/2 when I was younger, and the Gambling King was pretty much me when Marvel 2 came out from my college. Didn't know I ended up in the room, but I won. People were pissed, so I got kicked out all the time. So I was called King Salmon for a bit, and been Tomahawk since I was little because of my family. So just slapped the King and a Tomahawk together, and we got where I currently am today. But either or is good. But old Soul Calibur player, been playing for years. The majority of the folks I grew up playing games with, they all old and retired. They got kids, gray hair, the itis, old man belly, all that other good stuff. So, but been playing for years though. And I think the first competitive Soul Calibur I played was 2. And I was playing non-stop over in the SoCal area. And when I found out about the Soul Calibur community, that was when I started ditching high school.
Oh man.
To get games in. I found random arcades that people were playing. I'd always hear rumors of the SoCal group that is currently the SoCal group, but I could never catch them. And so I didn't really get to the big competitive FGC until 2002, I think. It didn't sign up for sure you until 2005. Because I was just lurking and getting information. But I've been around for a bit and seen a lot. Been a mid-level player for years, and just played long enough to finally get decent.
Hell yeah! So you're definitely an OG for real from Soul Calibur 2. I've only been around since Soul Calibur 5.
Yeah, I remember you doing Wall Rising B+K over and over again.
All right, see, that move is really good, and it just needed to be spammed. It had a lot of viable spots to throw it out, just of course, there's definitely the monkey times to throw it out, but there was a lot of big brain moments, on reads. But yeah, Soul Calibur 5 is fun, but Soul Calibur 6 is where it's at right now. But someone snuck in while we were chatting up.
Don't mind me, I've been drinking.
Welcome to the podcast, Ragnarok. How are you?
What's up? I'm doing well. I'm a little off the wagon right now. Got one arm on it. It's dragging me along, but... are we doing the introductions? Is that what we're doing at the segment we're in currently?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm Ragnarok tier. You can leave it off if you want. Tommy, what all did you say?
Really just who are you? Where you come from?
Okay.
Do you like video games?
I heard the subtitle on there, so it's Ragnarok tier. # Eater of Worlds. Started Soul Calibur with 2 over the weekend at a friend's house playing Link. I'm one of those guys. Although back then Killick was the man. Started competitively with Soul Calibur 5 when I lived in NorCal with the Dope Dojo crew. Shout outs to Got Trees and Future Zen for dragging me kicking and streaming into Soul Calibur from Street Fighter. Played Natsu all of Soul Calibur 5, loved it, did a lot of Wall Rising Ks, a lot of Possession back then, Possession
Rush cancel?
No, a lot of Hover Bs.
Hover A, Hover B.
So a lot of online shenanigans. Thought I was the shit, got my shit pushed in by NorCal. Shout outs to them, always gotta love. Soul Calibur 6, still Taki boys. Although, in truth, haven't played it as much as I used to play Soul Calibur 5. I'm more of an NRS guy now. I'm one of those motherfuckers, too. What else was that it?
Yeah, more or less, man.
Yeah, so also run the Arena of Destiny with King Tomahawk every Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, self-plug, shameless promotion.
Hey, do it up, bro, do it up, do it up.
So, even though I don't play Soul Calibur as much as I used to, I still support the scene, at least with weekly exhibitions and potentially a project that Tomahawk and I are working on for next month. More to come later.
There's going to be a lot of announcements, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to come out of everything.
Yeah. 4BA on block for life.
On block. Never duck that move. Please
Never
don't.
duck that move.
It's impossible online.
It is. It really is.
But all right.
But, all right, so
y'all both play Taki, right? I mean, that's
no, like actually, so here's the thing. Here's what happened. I've been
Here
playing
comes.
Mitsu since damn near
I
1996, right?
That. I do.
It's been a while, and I was like, you know what? Taki's been my alternate since Soul Blade. I'm gonna use her now, and she's fun. Like, we're not talking about good. We're talking about you pick her up, you press buttons, you have a good time. And so now I guess I'm a part of the Taki clan.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment. She is very fun to play. Not the best character in the game by a long shot, but she is very fun to play. A lot of options. They're not all good, but a lot of options.
Like, and there's something satisfying about hitting certain moves with Taki that you're like, there's no way in hell that should have worked. You're the greatest.
The only experience I have with Taki is because Arctic Komodo sabotaged my account and put a Taki custom into my game. So all I do is 4BA and bomb A plus B 1A from 5. So I don't.
Yeah.
I am a filthy
she's
Maxi
a
player.
thinking lady. Yeah, like the Maxi buffs were pretty obscene.
They buffed them.
Yeah, like for the 6A plus B.
Oh yeah. No.
That is absurd.
That is not absurd. They put it back to what it was in Soul Calibur 5. They corrected their mistake.
Yeah, it was absurd. He had that in Soul Calibur 5.
What? He didn't have any in all the other Soul Caliburs from when I played. All of his 6A plus Bs were highs, so you could always duck.
Are we on the IRM downplaying segment?
IRM downplaying segment? No, it's good. It's good. Segment no. God damn it, no, nothing mean. But
this man be on Twitter talking about Maxi is trash. Like, what?
Excuse me, man.
Nah, I'm just trash. Maxi's really, really good. I just don't know how to play him yet.
Yeah, before the patch,
he was definitely bad.
What? Yeah, because a lot of the historical Maxi holes that he had that you can get around with the specific types of defense, he had them, but they were being shoring up. But I'm like, if you're able to lab out Maxi before then, he might be hosed. And then with the changes to his general poke game post patch and the few additional frames he got from his transitions, it made it more of a guessing game. So I was like, he went from I have this option every time, and he's screwed if he goes into it. To wait, I have to guess now. That shot him up. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, it's really great. It is so great. I really like the fact that they put those auto GIs in to cover him up.
I'm still mad that they made 6A plus B safe on block. Like, I thought I was finally done with that move after Soul Calibur 5. They made it punishable.
Me too, but sadly, though. I thought I was done.
And the other thing that was good with Soul Calibur 5 was with that move being that safe. If you sniffed it out and you just guarded it, at least you could do something about it, right? But now the only person in the game who could truly punish that move is Taki, and it's with a 10 frame little swipe.
Mm-hmm.
and it has to be frame perfect, or you get GI'd or die.
Or I go under it with another 6A plus B.
He's over there
Which is
laughing
also
about
a
that
thing.
shit too.
Yeah, like it's pretty good. Like
Yeah, like.
Can I draw a quick parallel to that?
Go ahead.
So when I was playing Injustice 2, God rest its poor wretched soul, Catwoman, when she did her back three, would low profile under crouching pokes, and if she hit you, you would get launched for a full combo. And back threes in that game are either safe or they're plus on block. So she's low profiling your poke, and you block a back three, and you do a button that's maybe like 8-9 frames, and she back threes again. Guess what she's doing? Low profiling underneath it.
your whole life bar.
So the Maxi player, I watch Catwoman players do back three on block into back three, and I would just watch the players' anguish as they got hit by it, trying to take their turn back. So I hear Maxi players doing 4B or 6A plus B on block and a 6A plus B going, ha 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 ha.
I am a genius. Like, yeah.
You could backstep it, man. You can.
Yeah, you can backstep it. You can also eat them counter hits for trying to backstep.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop the Galaxy Brain emote in your chat because that's what they look like when they do back.
Oh man.
Like the funniest thing about like this caliber is that there are a number of mix-ups that are built into the kit, right? That are options, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still not like in Soul Calibur 5 where if you backstepped and this person just so happened to have meter the round ended, like with Viola.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah.
I'm glad like movement is a little bit safer. But the interesting part about having like certain moves where it's a one move offense is that used to be a Tekken thing. Where like say certain people's down forward one, you chuck that out there. You can just slowly shave them down or force them to start moving right or left. And with Calibur, with it having a lot of free movement, yeah, with it being like minus like with it being -8. Yes, it's -8, but at -8, it's a lot harder to see if you can see that and then try to step around it with a 6A plus B. And with it having a larger hitbox, it's pretty OD, as the young folks say.
Yeah, man. All I know is like when I play Blue Boy, it works 30% of the time. But when it works, it works.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Like
once you start to realize like the way to step in like the situations where they're gonna mash it, you can like really like play around that, and just like sidestep and just blow them up.
Yeah, and that's what's very interesting with Maxi in this iteration, because previously he did focus around a lot of you getting the whiffs, or you getting the counter hit, or getting the proper poke in and out of stuff.
Yeah.
And he like the thing that like blows up a lot of people who have previous Maxi experience is that a lot of that gets thrown to the wind due to him having the same tools, only they have different properties. Kind of like Raphael week 1, where it's like, hey, look, it's Raph. Psh, I can step this Frenchie. And then he's like, nah, we cover sidestep.
No, you cannot, dude.
Remember how much of a monster Raphael was during the early part of this game? He still kind of is, but
Like, he's still good, but
Yeah.
he's not as absurd, where he can like reversal edge into stance, and like half of his stance was reversal edge. You're just like, he's running at me, parrying everything. And when I go for a car crush, he hits me.
I think I remember I was at NEC, and I was watching, I think, Woes play him. And there was one particular sequence that alternated between, like, prep stance and reversal edge that looked just silly. Like, it looked anime-ish.
Reversal edge cancel.
It looked like your typical...
prep cancel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was like you're shown in anime, and Woes was the protagonist with the waifu in the background giving an inspirational speech about how she believed in him.
You
And this
can
man was
do
just-
it.
This man was just like parrying and dodging everything. I was like, wow, a 10-frame punish into a CE for like 60 damage. Cool.
Feels good. And like, but one thing I do like about the game, though, there are certain built-in holes within the kits that you see that they're intentional. It's not like it was made by like random monkeys in Japan who are like, oh, get it, I don't know, just smash properties together and it works, right? Kind of like early Guilty Gear, like Guilty Gear XX, where they're like, you know what? Let's just do this. Have you practiced this out and see if it's good in live? Who cares? and then they kind of like they went around a philosophy and worked it in. It seems that they actually gave it some thought to the ideas, and certain things they definitely didn't plan on it being that strong.
Yeah, I think that's your typical first couple of months of any particular fighting game. You have the things that you wouldn't think would be that as strong as they are until they're actually applied in a real life scenario, and you go, oh, that's actually pretty strong.
The hardest part is finding the scenarios.
Yeah, because it's like, even if you have like a play test, right? It's only so many people you can have, right?
Yeah.
Until you have like the entire planet Earth all play testing in an hour, and you're like, oh.
That's why I never really got mad about it, because people were talking like, who were like the quote season 1? There was like Aswell, Ivy, and Nightmare, right?
It was Ivy. Aswell was really good.
Raphael.
Raph was amazingly good. Nightmare was okay. He was okay. Geralt is still already really fucking good. Siegfried was a peg higher, and then Mina just kind of like walks across all of them.
Yeah, because because Mina was butt cheeks like in every iteration of Soul Calibur until now.
Yeah, I remember.
There's a couple of good Mina players out there.
Yeah, like I remember, it was like during the first 1 or 2 Arena of Destiny shows we were doing, and as somebody played Mina, it may have been
Keelik too. Keelik, they buffed him too.
Yeah, like it may have been like Killick a Beast or somebody was playing it. I was asking Tommy because like Soul Calibur 5 was my first competitive caliber, and obviously Mina wasn't in there. And I was like, yo, I've always heard that Mina wasn't even a character in the older games. Is this how she's always been?
Don't say that to Insane Kent.
Well, like, he was one of the few people who played her, and he was serious. Like, the numbers are small, man. Like, it's kind of like, serious rock players. They exist. Heck, I'm cool with one of them. And when but her kit was bad because Mina always had range, but she didn't really get that much damage out of it, right? Like, Killick was kind of originally like a reskin of Mina.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And he ended up developing his own playstyle, but Mina remained just like, standard,
bare bones.
Yeah. And she didn't get nothing that really worked in her kit. And then all of a sudden Killick comes in, and Killick was garbage for years just as a character, because it was also really vanilla. But as the games went on, he developed more of a kit, kind of like the Tekken Snowball of developing a proper kit.
Mm-hmm.
Like say if you play like, I don't know, let's say with King in Tekken 1 and Tekken 2. He's got grabs, it's all amazing, but his kit always feels kind of incomplete, like he's definitely lacking something all the time. Okay. And as the games went on, the characters' kits have been more rounded out.
And that's why I never really, even with like Season 1 of Calibur 6, and granted, I like the game. The game does have its faults. I think we can all admit that. There's not like it's a perfect IRM. I know is straining at the bit when I said that. But like, even like in the quote Season 1 with the Ivies, the Aswells, the Raphaels, the Minas.
Better now.
It's definitely better now.
I'm not gonna bullshit and say that it's not better now.
Yeah, it's definitely better, and that it all comes down to like patience, because like at least from my background, I know Tommy's been playing a little bit of everything. But I've been kind of desensitized to the first trimester of a fighting game's release in terms of how broken the characters are, because I made it through the first like 6 months of MKX, Mortal Kombat 10, when that game came out, and if you can make it through that,
Aswell did everything wrong.
Yeah, like I'm used to like fighting a character that has a plus 20 on block vortex on hit type of scenario with like 1 frame to block overhead low, and if you guess wrong, you're looped back in the same situation, or getting stuck in the corner against ice clones. So like when I go from that to like, oh, Raph has like a 10 frame CE punish center down, I'm like, I don't care. Like,
or like I've been in Nam. Like,
like
I've
been there
seen war. All right,
I'm basically re-enlisting into like I've already been there, so that's why I was like, okay, everyone's complaining about Aswell, and justifiably so. Season 1 Aswell was pretty bad as far as like being really good. It's like, just give it time, because you're gonna uncover things with characters. They're like the Taki community has found like a lot of good stuff with Taki. other communities, I'm sure, have found good things with their character. Like, just give it time and relax. Like, y'all need to chill.
Well, we're gonna figure out where the meta is tomorrow at final round.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what I'm wondering about is the character representation.
Well, let's get into that. We can totally get into that. It's actually very diverse.
All right, so ever since the Rock 2.0 came in, Astaroth, once he's got his buffs, because one of the main things that I saw with Astaroth was that he had a lot of Rock's old grabs. The Great White Mountain, he had all of it. He had his like dope Great White Mountain grabs, right? Where it's like where he grabs you, tells him to kiss his Converse, but then he stops at the knee. Like, that one used to lead to the Rock Ride, right? I'm not sure if you played Soul Calibur 4 or if you have.
I know. I think that's the one where he like scoops you up, like tosses you up into the air.
Yeah.
And then you.
So Rock had a 50-50 grab break where he could reset the situation over and over again, right? And if you didn't know the proper break, you could be taken for the Rock Ride, and it's the most hilarious thing. Because the damage starts scaling, it does no damage, but it starts doing mental damage to people. Yeah. Where after a while you're just like, I can't break grabs. Stop throwing me. And Rock's over just has this shit-eating grin, is chucking you all over the place. And Rock was relatively low tier. He had a few he had a few good matchups, but nobody played him, so nobody ever figured out his tech. Astaroth has 3 grabs, I believe, that are from Rock that put you in a position like you're almost ready for the Rock Ride and the throw reset. But instead, they've changed his combo routing, where he can get some guard crush situations, to get some Oki situations. And so Astaroth is still relatively unexplored by I guess, like the people who would be considered the higher tier players of the community.
There's 2 really good Astaroth players at this event.
Yeah, I saw Klob.
Klob is a very good Astaroth player. He's going to be there. And a Caliber 5 Astaroth named, hilariously enough, Astaroth is also going to be there. And he could do work. I haven't seen anything. I haven't played with him or anything like that. I don't know if he's on PC or he's probably on Xbox. That's probably why I haven't found him. But if he's been playing, and he's historically good, so
yeah. So like that's the thing that we're going to see a lot this final round. So there is a metric butt ton of OGs who are here, and the benefit of it for them is that young people don't look at the past, so they don't care. And so like, who's this old random dude? He just shows up, throws off his Okadan robe, and just like calmly murders everybody and leaves. There's a lot of that within final round. Every time I used to go to final round frequently, but every time I went, I would always see old heads who would be like, "Hey, I remember you were the dude who like beat Killer 6," and I'm like, "Yeah, that guy was really good." But it's a lot of ATL talent and southeastern talent, like in Florida that comes up, and so yeah, it's going to be very interesting. How about we start this off then looking at these pools?
Sure.
You want to start off by looking at the pools?
Yeah, can we post the link in the stream chat?
Yeah, you totally can. And I'm also going to be pulling it up onto this the screen as well. So if you want to take a peek there.
So,
all right.
So I'm showing. Oh, go ahead.
All right. So we got the pool. So let's start off with pool D1.
Okay.
Pool 1. So this is the Linkors pool, actually.
Yeah. There's Linkors, Astaroth, Blank October, Ragnarok. That's not me. Just put that out there.
Astaroth is also in this pool.
Salt Face is in this pool.
Yeah.
All right. So here's where pool D1 is interesting. We know off top, just due to historical facts, that Linkors has the strongest possibility. We're talking 95% of making it out in winners.
Yeah. I mean, it is Soul Calibur 6 though, so that 5% could kind of
ring outs are a thing, and miscellaneous jank where say I've seen stuff where I love using the phrase Sephiroth Kun 187, right? There'll be some random dude who's just this random weave is like, I love video games, and then becomes a savant when he plays against random people. and nobody ever seen him before. He just shows up. So that random fact is always something to bring in, especially for Soul Calibur, where ring outs and certain things can happen. Like I believe you saw it was a Siegfried like lethal hit combo where he ends it with the wrestling drop kick that can pitch you full across the screen. That's a thing. And at any point in time, I could eat that in tournament. And you'd be like, what happened? Man, Sephiroth's couldn't win 87. He was ready.
Yeah,
and it'd be that way sometimes. Like, and even looking at this pool from like a broad perspective, like if you use the Smash GG's projection, it does project Linkors making it out in winners of top 24. But at the same time, I see guys like Saltface and Rambro in there that I think if, you know, on any given day, anybody can beat anybody. And those would be the two names I'd be looking. I think they have Saltface projected to make it out in losers, but you know.
Saltface,
but like,
speaking of which, Saltface and Rambro
are playing each other first round.
Play each other first round. So,
yeah, that's kind of weird. I think I would probably change that if I was.
Well, if I was seeding, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, they're on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, but like also, so we have Blank October. I remember seeing that name somewhere. I just can't remember.
He's been on the Arena of Destiny 3 times. He has played NRS games, both I think MKX and Injustice. Okay. He's a pretty competent player. I think he plays Yoshimitsu, which automatically means he's going to make it to like winners final. No, I'm just kidding. But,
yeah, he's pretty cheap.
Yeah, like most Yoshis, like I just found out today that we have like 2 additional Yoshi players in SoCal, which is absurd. Because like,
y'all got them players, man.
Like, I'm like, dude, how many of these glue eaters we got?
All right. So we thinking Saltface. Y'all thinking Saltface and Linkers making it out of
All right, so I'm thinking like, so we have Linkors, right? We know he's gonna make it out.
I don't know. I mean, he is gonna make it out, but are you sure he's gonna make it out in winners?
I think there could be an upset potentially.
I can't project winners and losers just because. I'd say the most likely. So, Saltface came in with Tears. Tears really good. Silene, I feel that I've heard that name before too. It should be of note.
I'm literally trying to write as we're talking. I'm trying to figure out who all these people play because I've written down every name on the pool, like every player at this event. Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out who plays who.
Like I can't remember, but I can say what we need to look for. I'm thinking in between Rambro and Saltface, because Saltface plays Sophie, and Sophie's always stiff regardless, right? Like
she plays Sophie too. I didn't know that. Big boys in here also.
So in between Astaroth, Saltface, and Rambro, I'm going to give it to Saltface just because I've seen Saltface play. I have not seen Astaroth play, and I heard he was good, but I have no idea. I have nothing to reference off of. But I've been hearing the rumblings that he's a very competent player, but I'm not sure where he stacks up because I haven't seen him play.
I'm going to offer a different outcome. So, if I can. Are we doing that? Are we doing that?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so for breaking predictions, Saltface is my boy. He took low tier ass Melina to a very high spot, and then when she got buffed, he took her high. But as a tier player, I think Saltface would very well make it towards the end of the bracket. He might even make it out in losers. I think I would pick Rambro of the 3 of them. I haven't seen Astaroth play.
Yeah.
But I would choose Rambro not only because #TalkyBoys, but because having played Saltface in this game, while he is very good analytically, he can mentally come apart if things don't go his way. In this game specifically. And I think like if something were to go wrong because Tira this, Tira that, whatever, that he might become undone enough for someone to slip by him. And Rambro is just that kind of person, I think.
Oh, Tilt Boys.
Tilt Boys.
Not a part of my prediction.
Yeah. So and that's on the ignorance. I've never actually seen Astaroth play, but Rambro plays Taki and Sofitia, who I think both have a pretty good tool set against Astaroth.
All right. Yeah, Taki can just. I would assume she could just run all over him.
Taki's like a. Nah, Taki actually has to think a lot more than like people give her credit for. And I'm glad that people think that she's a lot better than she actually is. She definitely is pretty good. But she has some glaring weaknesses that it's like, once you take it to the lab, you're like, I'm never losing to this again. And I'm thinking, like, for Rambro, he could probably pull out the Taki as an option, but I'm not seeing many matchups where you pull out the Taki as, like, it's time for a counter pick. Taki.
Yeah. I don't see that either. But yeah, I'm definitely.
Rambro,
oh, go ahead.
You are right. Sorry, the tilt mechanic. If we adjust for tilt, that weighs everything.
Yeah, I think that's something that I personally account for with players, because some players we know are more easily tilted than others, especially in high pressure situations.
All right. Okay. IRM, your predictions.
All right. So check this right. Just to be vanilla, I'm always gonna say Linkers is gonna make it out on winners. And then the losers between Rambro and Saltface, like y'all said. However, looking at this bracket, right? Looking at this bracket here. What if Linkors loses to Astaroth in round 2? What if he's not ready for Astaroth? I don't know if he's practiced against Astaroth. Maybe he's played against Lolo, but I don't know. The Astaroth factor, man. If he's not breaking throws that day, he's losing.
Yeah, but like we know, like
I think that
the
goes
general
for anyone
Astaroth
with
grab
Astaroth.
mix-up is like, yeah, the general Astaroth mix-up is pretty well known, right? In terms of his grab game, but Astaroth's neutral has been retooled. If he ain't ready for, like, say, run up close instead of bull rush, like his little stompy thing, like the schoolyard kid stomp thing, where he gets like 2 kicks.
Yeah.
If we're not ready for that, in terms of dealing with the throw mix-ups and how to play safe, or when he goes for the big glowy red thing, win a reversal edge, win a GI. If he's not ready for that, he can't be hosed.
I think that's. Oh, go ahead.
No. You're good. I'm trying to like get my mic figured out.
I was saying that's something that it holds true in any fighting game. But like, even to use Astaroth as an example, yeah, he might not be the best character in the game. I think we can all agree on that. With his explosive damage, all it takes really is one mess up, and next thing you know, you're either wrung out or
Bulba.
He's hitting you for like Bulba damage.
Oh yeah.
So even if your character, I guess, has the tool set to fight him, or even whatever, all it takes is that one time for you to hit a button when you shouldn't, or for him to just take it, or maybe like the one time you think he'll do reversal edge K, he does reversal edge B or something, and next thing you know, you're getting rung out from half screen. There's little things like that.
Yeah, that thing by itself, reversal edge B, is terrifying. Like, that's something that it takes brass gonads to sit there and say, I'm throwing out A on the second reversal edge, do something. Like, no one wants to eat that because he chucks you far, and even on the wall splat, it does like a third life dang near. So, what's like the Astaroth matchup is the new X factor for this tournament. Did everybody grind it out? Because we know that there are a few things in the community that people are worried about. Like, people are worried about X because X is absurdly good, like she always is in every single freaking game she shows up with, because she hasn't died in a fire via the story, and I'm still angry about that fact. But I'd say the breakout performances that we could see character-wise in this game are with a Tira. I'm thinking a 2B or an Astral, just because not everybody has labbed those matchups out.
Yeah.
And Maxi, because Maxi's yeah.
We'll talk about Maxi when we get to my
6A plus B, the move set.
When we get to my boy, man, my boy's down there. He's gonna do work.
It's 6A plus B featuring Maxi.
Yeah.
All right, we future dancing now. All right. So we got Linkors and Rambro. We all agree on that. and then the Astaroth fucking X Factor.
Yeah, I'm saying Astaroth Salt Face X Factor.
Ooh, all right.
Okay.
Like those two belong in the. If they make it out, I'm not going to be surprised. Well, Astaroth, yes, because I have no idea what he does. But Salt Face, no, because he made it to top 8 at the last major he went to.
Yo, that he did. He did a good job. He fucked shit up, dude. No one was ready for that. Dude, tier 6B is hilarious.
Did anybody go into the tier Discord after he requested to be readmitted to see the fallout from it?
No.
I gave it a look-see. It was interesting. Everybody was like, "Ah, good stuff, good stuff." Like it was a bunch of everybody was cool with it. Like everybody was like, "Good job," you know, et cetera, et cetera. It was a lot of backpats.
Oh wait, it is 3? There's 3 getting out of these pools?
Really? They're doing the 3-out system?
How does that
All
work?
right. Well, I forget how I've been at a few.
Thanks for the host.
Well,
I've been at a few tournaments where 3 out. So I would say if we're doing predictions, then I would say Linkors and winners.
The 2 losers would be
Saltface and Rambo.
All right, Saltface Rambo.
Those are the 2 I can't really count for Astaroth. I've never actually seen him play, so I can't account for him.
Yeah. It also depends on if there's any change-ups to figure out who gets out where. Because
Dark Tesla says that Astaroth has a pocket as well, so that could change things.
Yeah, and after playing against Blues Aswell has some jank on him. Like Aswell's B6 and A6 are like, I believe his B6 tech crouches, and on counter hit it leads to big combos.
Yeah. Oh my god. As well as a character that definitely gets under my skin a lot.
Aswell's pretty he's pretty stiff right now. I'm liking where he is. Like, I was originally worried that they nerfed him too much, and after seeing where he is now, I'm like, all right, then he's actually in a good spot. It's just that
you got to work really hard as the Aswell player to get what you're trying to get now.
Well, because like it's kind of like, you know how like Ivy back in the days was kind of like, I have full crouch 3B. Guess if you guess wrong, I get like 100 points of damage. If you guess right, you get nothing. It was similar to that with like with Aswell. It's like Aswell's backspace movement would force certain mix-ups that people couldn't deal with, and so now he actually has to guess, and he actually has to play Soul Calibur, which is good. I'm glad that it's not like Soul Calibur 3 or Soul Calibur 4 where you won at the character select screen. You actually have to play the matchup and have to learn what the opponent has. So that's pretty good.
All right.
So I'm thinking Astaroth and Aswell. Yeah, Aswell is now like a vortex because Blue plays him. I think Sandman plays him.
Yeah.
But very few people actually play him.
Yeah.
Now.
I am fortunate enough to have 2 good Aswell players in my local scene, so it's like I can't get away from him. Blue Boy's like one of my best friends, so I just can't get away from Aswell. No matter what I do, Aswell is always there.
That's kind of a good thing, because most people seem to lose to Aswell because they don't have a lot of good ones where they're at. There's a lot of like bummy Aswells, but
yeah, that is something to take note of. There are a lot of bum Aswells.
So the
fact that you can play against a good one is a luxury.
Yeah.
So
are we moving into pool
D2?
All right, so we will move into pool D2. So let me go ahead and swap.
So this is one I recognize a few of these names. So I see Klob, Ben Weenies, Shakugan.
Yep.
And the rest of them I don't really know too much.
All right.
So I can't really speak on them, but
my sleeper hitter is in this pool. Okay.
Oh.
Happy Toki is in this pool, dog. The X God. So what's
Happy Toki out in winners.
So what's gonna happen, right? Here's what's gonna happen in this pool. It's gonna be Happy Toki taking winners, and this all comes down to if she stays solid or not, which I believe that she can, and I think she can beat Astaroth if she practiced it. But if not, then Klob will be in winners. But if she's ready, she will be in winners. Shakugan, though. Let me look at the bracket before I call this.
Wait, is that JDE? Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Shoutman. Yeah, she has to fight. Yeah, Toki has to fight Klob, so she doesn't have a choice. Either that or Voldo if somehow Klob loses to Beanie Weenies. If Beanie Weenies is still playing Voldo.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't play Voldo. I don't think. Last time we had him on the show, he played Raphael, I think.
Oh, well, shit. Let me write that down.
That could have changed.
Do you guys know who Akira Tezuka plays?
I do not. Akira Tezuka. I know the last time, because Ben Weenies was on the Arena of Destiny a few weeks ago, and he was playing Raphael, if memory serves.
All right, so
looking pretty crisp.
All right, so my sleeper for this bracket is JDE. That is JDE.
Vegeta is from our local scene, actually, but he never comes out. Why?
All right, so I have a new sleeper in here, JDE. So JDE and Beanie Weenies were at Chat Town Beatdown. JDE got third, I believe. I mean, he got fourth. And so we know he's not going to be a pushover. I think the top of the bracket is seated too heavily.
In this one?
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, for this one. Because it's like all the good people are pretty much playing a, it's a 8-man pool, more or less. And at the bottom is like all the anime wash-ups.
RGA, Vegeta, James Buffett. Not to be confused with Jimmy Buffett.
Forsaken Yamato, Mr. Sups, Namu, Happy Mitsu, BTB. So the top side of this pool, Jesus Christ, what is going on here? What is this? What is this?
All right, Fatal actually went to Escaping Workforce. Isn't that a Colorado thing?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I remember seeing people advertising Escaping Workforce. So it turns out that this may actually be a stiffer bracket than we think, because the hardest part that we have with just our personal optics is that we don't see every tournament every person went to, right? Like, like during the weekends, we're all out playing at our locals. If you are, support your locals,
Yeah.
be a respectable human being,
Yeah.
I'm looking at like the information from a lot of people, and it seems that a lot of these people have placed like top 8, top 4, top 2 frequently in their locals.
Oh, for real?
Like, let me look at Happy Toki's opponent.
She has to play against.
All right, so that dude hasn't shown up to nothing. He hasn't played in his locals at all.
Yeah.
But JDE actually is pretty solid. Forsaken Yamato, I think, maybe pretty solid too. So it may be some tough matches to get out of this pool. Yeah, Forsaken Yamato, though, he went to NEC. He got washed out, though.
Who does JDE use? Asks Angel Step Style in the chat.
Cannot remember. I'm looking at his placements, and I'm like, all right, then he had some solid competition at his locals.
That's good.
He lost to Beanie Weenies, who's playing Klob.
So who would we, if we had to pick like the 3 out of this pool? I'm personally going to go with Klob, Beanie Weenies, and Shakugan.
I'm going with Happy Toki just because of the people that she plays with. Like, I remember seeing her play against Omega, but she has solid competition, and I'm thinking that she's going to probably make it out in winners, just because X in general as a character has been more defined in the meta, and so she has probably an easier game plan to implement. And apparently she's been doing pretty well in her locals. So that by itself, I'm giving Happy Toki, but also she has a lot of people to play. So I think she has the best chance due to the experience that she has and her frequent placing. I'd give #1 to Happy Toki. Then it goes between Beanie Weenies, Klob, and JDE, in my opinion.
Okay. What about you, IRM?
Okay, all right. So from what I'm writing down right now for me, I'm putting Happy Toki for winners. I'm gonna put Klob as my second spot, but the Klob and Toki spot are basically interchangeable to me.
Gotcha.
Depending on if Toki is on point and is there, and she's ready to go. If she is, she won't lose. If she ain't, she's getting tossed because it's Astaroth. But she's like an amazing throw techer, so we throw her a lot, so she can break them. And then for the third spot, I would have to go with Shakugan, man. I'm gonna go with Shakugan. I think Shakugan can do it. He made it out of his pool at NEC. So
Okay. All right, I respect that.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did.
So we kind of all have differing opinions, more or less, on who's going to get out.
I also
All right.
I played him a lot in casuals at that event. He's pretty solid.
All right. All right, respectable. So are we good to move on to pool E1?
Oh, I forgot to say that Klob did win like a next level 1 week. I'm pretty sure that happened.
All right.
So he's a beast. And then I played him at NEC and he almost beat me up. So he's definitely a good guy. This pool is really balanced in skill. This is probably the most balanced like skill distribution, at least like with the players who are good. They're really cool.
Yeah.
And
Did
then,
you update your stream title, by the way?
I think I did. Did I?
'Cause it says Maxi Time IRM versus Lolo.
What the? I changed that.
Did you hit the update button?
Yeah, I'm hitting
Did we hit the update button on all our tabs?
Yeah, I changed it.
Let's see.
They come in here.
All right.
See you
Klob
fight
won
Lolo.
when he was sick. What a god. What a god. He didn't even seem sick at NEC. Me and him chilled out for a long time. Like I always make it a goal to hang out with Klob if he's there. He's a funny ass dude. He's a musician because we're gonna start up the Caliber band, right? So I'm gonna be the drummer, right? And then Linkors is gonna play guitar, and then Klob plays bass, and we're just trying to figure out vocals, trying to figure that out. So if you're
And you haven't called me up yet?
What? You want to sing in the band?
Let's do this.
Oh my god. Caliber. All right. It's noted. Caliber band is live. Hell yeah.
Shit. All right, so go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and ignore Tommy trying to sing. Move around into E1 potentially if we're good.
Oh, Thermidor, what's up? We are good to move into.
So E1, I think is. I mean, I see a few names in here. I see RTD, Blackmore, Ice Cold Edge. Those are the three that stand out to me the most. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, same.
So
yeah, I played Blackmore and Tekken like last year.
Kuroshi's in this pool. Your doodle is amazing. Kuroshi plays. He plays. Who does he play now? Zosselmel? That was the last time I checked. He plays Zosselmel.
All right.
Arclight's in here. Arclight's a really good Nightmare player.
I remember Arclights from, I believe, KIT. He was the Nightmare player. I think may have eliminated me from the tournament.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they picked him in the 5-on-5. I could be wrong, but I definitely remember him. He made quite the impression.
All right, so
I played him online a couple of times.
who's Blackmore running?
Blackmore, last time I looked, he's been on the Arena of Destiny, I think, 2 times. He's always played Sung Mina.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if that's changed. He's also a player who I think has played everything at some point. He played Liu Kang in MKX. He played a bunch of anime games. He plays Mina and Caliber. This last time I saw him, so.
He plays Tekken. I think I put him in losers at Evo.
Yeah. So
but like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I would say, just given on the names that I recognize from this pool, I would say that my prediction would be winners RTD, and then some combination of Arcs Light and Ice Cold Edge making it out losers.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm about to make a bold statement.
All right.
Ice Cold Edge and winners.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. I'm
Okay.
writing
For
it
a
down.
few reasons.
I'm writing it down because we're gonna come back to this.
Now, here's why I make this guesstimate. 1, RTD has fell off the face of the earth once Aswell got nerfed.
Oh.
I don't know what he's playing.
Amethyst Kelly,
But-
hey. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta say what's up to the homie.
It's all good. Like, I'm not sure what he's playing, but I'm not sure if he's waiting for what's top tier, I'll play top tier.
I think he still plays Aswell.
That was how he came to Aswell, wasn't it? He asked for like who was a good character, and he picked up Aswell in like 2 weeks and went and won a local or some shit.
Went to NEC, got top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mind you, I'm not saying he can't pull it off. Ice Cold Edge has been running a gang of meetups at his crib, the Ice Cave,
Ooh.
over in Dallas. He's been the House of Caliber for his part of the state, and he's been grinding out matches.
Word. I didn't know
He
that.
hasn't been able to travel, but I know for a fact he's been putting work in. And even if he hasn't been able to like grind out matches as much as he'd like to, I think that he has this maybe because he normally performs really well at final round. Also, this may be like an upset where he can make it out and then put RTD in losers because he's stuck to his guns, which is Siegfried. That's been his character for years.
Siegfried's really
And-
good in this game too.
Yeah, and I'm really interested about people who jump from character to character based upon whatever trend of what's the strongest.
The trend was for RTD was who does Cernian play, and that's who he was trying to pick. So whoever Cernian last played is who RTD was playing, and then last time was Aswell, but I don't know where Cernian is now. Where's Cernian?
He's playing 2B right now.
Really?
Yeah, we had the Tournament of California where
Oh, he played
Like-
Aswell for 2 days before RTD before NEC.
yeah, but it's a whole other game now.
Yeah, it is. That Aswell was pretty funny. He had infinite axe low.
I mean, like, that's the thing. If we're going for what's the strongest at this time right now, it's been almost a month since the last patch, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming
We've
up
all
on-
realized Astaroth has tools that can work, and it took us this month to figure this out, right?
I mean, Astaroth, we've been saying Astaroth's been good for a while. Like, I think the people who are saying Astaroth was bad are just the bad Astaroth players.
I mean,
No, I'm like, Astaroth was bad before the patch.
the only
Yeah,
thing you can really say
You
bad
could run
about
down super
Astaroth
hard
was the
with him.
fact that his hitboxes didn't work. But if his hitbox, like, that was the only issue I
When
really
they were
saw.
working, they were working.
Also, they gave him additional combo routes too, like the ground stomp. It's in a combo. It's now a thing. It wasn't at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has more damage routes. He's overall better tooled.
Oh, big. Oh, what? All right. So Decree just answered up something for me for the first pool.
Oh, he's playing with Big Boy and Shinji.
So Big Boy, he's been playing since pre-patch and pool.
Yeah.
Like, and he's been playing Geralt, and so he's still been playing. I don't know. Is Shinji Shoutman Shinji? Or is he Shinji?
I assume he's just Shinji.
All right, so that's what I was wondering. What did they give for Astaroth that's a 12 frame now? Because he didn't have a 12 frame previously. I heard he has it, so he can now finally punish something. All right, so
is it standing K. You said Ice Cold Edge and Winners. Let's like right back on it.
Yeah, like I'm gonna give it to Ice Cold Edge and Winners because I want to get spicy with his prediction because he's been putting in work for years. And I want to see that payoff, and so I want to give it to Ice Cold Edge. The percentage winning would be for RTD, but I'm betting against the house. I'm going with Ice Cold Edge. What y'all know about them Texas boys? I'm putting RT. So he's playing X. If he's playing X, it's going to be stiff then, because RTD knows his way around X. I'm still going to give it to Ice Cold Edge just because I want to be that guy who says he was right. You got to bet against the house at least once while you're in Vegas.
All right.
So, yeah, I respect that.
Afterwards, definitely RTD. I know. When we get to, I can't wait to get to like Big Boy's bracket because I know Big Boy.
We already passed Big Boy's bracket.
No, we didn't pass Big Boy's bracket.
Yeah, we did. Big Boy was in Pool A. Or not Pool A, the first one. The second one. I'm sorry. Second pool. No, the first pool. I'm stupid. I didn't write them down by what is actually on the bracket sheet, like E1, D1. I wrote A and B. But I think it's
Big Boy is in one of the later brackets. He's in I think E2.
They swap him?
Yeah.
Ooh, my information is inaccurate. Oh, snap. Okay.
But I'm definitely putting RTD to make it out of pools. I just want Ice Cold Edge to give the upset. After that one, then I'm saying probably Arclight. It depends. Like, it depends on who is gonna come afterwards. But I think the main three that will make it out will be RTD, Ice Cold Edge, and Arclight.
I literally have the same. I have the same prediction, just RTD, where you have Ice Cold Edge. Pretty vanilla, but like I don't see anyone here beating RTD personally. But I do think Ice Cold Edge and Arclight have it. Ice Cold Edge has been consistent. And so is Arclight. You can't argue consistency.
True that.
What you thinking?
You, Ragnarok?
I already gave my predictions for this one. I said RTD in winners with a combination of Ice Cold Edge and Arc's Light in losers.
Alright, so we're
I'm betting on the OG fundamentals.
So me and you have the same prediction. Alright. We have locked that in.
So we're good for E2, excuse me.
Yeah, on to pool E2.
Now they're not doing on-site registration, right?
No, they're not. This is it.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that used to be a thing at final round, but you know, got to cut it down.
So I see a few names that here. I see Sane, Kuroshi, Boom, and there was Icy Mitsu. Those names all seem familiar to me.
Icy Mitsu. That's a nice name.
According to the Smash GG projection, they have Sane and Boom in winners finals. Sane making it out over Boom. And in loser side, they have Savant U, who I've never heard of.
Well, like, also, not all of these are weighted properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7-8U.
I'm not betting on 7-8U. I'm not.
It's Savant.
Oh,
Savant
I mean, I've been drinking. It looks like Savant.
I've been drinking.
I've been drinking, man. I got that Kraken open. Like, I'm good.
All right, so a few things. Seeing as we're here at the Ivy matchup, brand new Ivy tech, brand new Ivy, air horns.
yeah.
So one thing that's kind of interesting with Ivy is that we know Ivy has been good, and they've been nerfing her to Ivy player chagrin, but she's still easily like top 3 in the game right now, right?
Free.
Because like she has the unbreakable grab and the barely breakable grab, and you have to be ready for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it took, and also she has tech catches. Her grabs, like she's at this Soul Calibur 4 where her command grab tech catches into itself again. And so, up close, she has better grabs than Astaroth, which is dumb. He's a big, meaty, grapply dude. She's like, yeah, I'm just gonna grab you more. So, the problem that we're gonna have is that, actually, let me pull up the video real quick.
Boom Insane or oh well, I don't know how good Caliber Blades is. He plays Valdo, but I've yet to see him play this game. So I don't know. He's out there winning like $500 at a local in DOA this week.
Wait, what?
Because DOA,
Where?
like at next level, like DOA DOA official or whatever donated like $568 to next level for their pop bonus.
Hey, that's what's up.
Yeah, man.
Well, they make like
that's that support from the developer.
Yeah, but the community is going hard without support.
Same.
And so, all right. So where's this video at? With Ivy, it turns out that you can, for her mix-up scenario, where she goes to like the counter hit joint, if you tech forward, you recover fast enough to not eat the mix-up.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see if anybody actually labs that out. Where if every little piece of Ivy tech that comes out, there's a way around it. If that gets implemented, will that cut down Ivy in general? No, but it'll definitely make her have to start thinking.
It'll definitely cut out the 2-2K shenanigans.
Yeah, like the 2-2K shenanigans are indeed nuts.
That's literally like that the Twitter post I think you're talking about, like from Scallywag. Like, did you see that today? That
yeah.
That's what you're talking about. That post is amazing. Like, that is game changing.
True, but at the same time, Ivy players that know that tend to adjust their Oki accordingly. So I've seen it like when we usually watch Ivy players on stream, it's like they don't go for that mix up a whole lot. They go for something completely different because they assume that you can tech out of that in GI.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like the fact that we now have a way around it, and it took till. But we're at month number.
But that's only off of like, okay, see, the reason what makes that so hilarious, Ragnarok, is because that's like a scrub buster, right? That sweep kick is a scrub buster, and like that mix up / combo because you didn't know is like a lot of damage for no reason.
True that.
So and it's like being able to get up out of it and then GI is like pretty fucking crazy, but like. They're still like the A+B, but like they're not doing Serpent's Embrace A+B there usually.
Yo, I'm really about to drop $15 in Taco Bell right now.
You should do it. Get it delivered.
Don't do it, man.
Nah, man, because
your bunghole needs to be saved, man. Don't do it to yourself.
See, I've been drinking a lot, so I'm just like really craving Taco Bell right now. And like DoorDash is like, yo, my man, $5. I'm like, damn, but I've been drinking, so.
Good point. But the point I was getting to with the Ivy is that we're officially at month number 5 now of this game.
Mm-hmm.
It took till now for us to figure out that there's a way to get out of it.
To be fair, I knew about it like a month ago when you first showed me, but I don't play a lot of Ivies anymore. I play Dragon, and that was the only Ivy player really, other than Carbon Clive, I think.
Boo, nigga! You should have told us.
No,
because
you can beat Boom, but you don't know if you will that. You don't know if he can't. He will that day. Interesting.
I don't know. Like Boom is one of those players. He knows a lot about the character, so I'd want to pick him. But I kind of put him in that same category as Cellface, where I think if he gets janked out in like one close round, he might fall apart mentally. I don't know. but I mean, Sane's a good pick. Boom, Icy Mitsu potentially. I don't know. I don't really have a solid like winner to loser pick for this pool. I think it could go any way.
I'm putting winner as Sane just because he's been practicing CS so much that he's whipping it out of ducks. Ducks! He's ducking lows and doing a grab that does more damage than a super. I'm giving him that in winners. Just by itself. Like, Ivy's buffering mechanic in this game is a lot more lenient than it has been in any Soul Calibur I can think of. And so, Ivy still being like this gargantuan figure, I'm giving winners to Sane. I'm not voting against the house on that one. I'm saying Boone's going to make it now. Boone could come in and, you know, throw out a bunch of seppukus and
Boone could beat Sane. I could see that happening.
I could see that due to like, but that for me feels like it's more unlikely because really just the grab mix up, the mid grab mix up with Ivy, the mid low grab mix up with Ivy is a lot stronger than Yoshimitsu, and Ivy can fight Yoshi at a further range, and when he gets in, he's into Zangief range more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so I'm gonna give winner Sane, losers Boom, and then third, I'm not exactly sure.
I think it could go in any way. There's a few different people who could potentially sneak their way into the third man out. I mean, pool projection has 7-8U out.
Ooh, and winners?
And losers.
Ooh.
It has Sane versus Boom and winners with Sane going out. And then 7-8U out and losers with, let me see. Okay, it has Sane, Boom, and 7-8U out.
That's about what I was gonna guess, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I guess 7-8U beats Boom that day, in the bracket projection.
So we good for F1 then?
All right, so we're moving to F1.
So I see Zephakai, Icy Chains, Thuggish Pond, and those are the three that I recognize. Oh, Big Boy, of course. So those are the four that I. Which is where they put Big Boy and Zeph in the same pool. It's even if they're on opposite sides of the brackets, that just seems kind of odd to me. But
well, no, like
Gotta
Big
balance
Boy
it out.
has always been kind of around like around my skill level, historically speaking. So I'm not sure, but that's the thing. Like in the Tekken house, when they grinding out matches over there for like Tekken, Caliber, etc., they're all off stream, and so I'm not sure of Big Boy's development as a player, where he is right now.
Isn't he literally in the house of Caliber with the rest of them though?
In the Tekken house, yeah. That's the like so. Atlanta's Tekken house was because they played Tekken, yeah. But the Tekken house plays everything. Like, if you go in and you go to the Tekken house and say, "Man, y'all ain't good at anything," they're gonna laugh at you and then challenge you to a first to 20 for like $50.
Yo,
and you have a strong chance of losing, like in any game.
I challenged Tekken House to a game of MKX. First to 20, let's go, boys.
like don't get it twisted. Like, Poke Chop plays everything. Like
I'm pretty sure I played Poke. I mean, off topic. I'm pretty sure I played him at KIT, and I gave him the. If he's the guy I'm thinking of, I gave him the business. He was good, but I gave him the business.
Hey, we'll see. Also, heck, even like a rhythm game, I don't even know, man. Like, I heard, I think Poke Chop is like a professional gymnast. Like, he's like a swole gymnast. Like, dude just busting backflips at random. I'm like, how is this possible? Like, I can't even challenge him to a backflip contest. Dude, there's like a triple Lux. It's like, that'll be $20. Like, God damn it. Like,
real quick, I've seen some pretty crazy like side bets. I have, man, in the Soul Calibur community, they are the king of the random ass like non-gaming related side bets. I've seen Alex J pocket so much money from people just like
side bets.
Like a
Alex
trumpet
J
contest.
is my favorite human being, dude. Like
he challenged Signia to a trumpet contest and pulled a trumpet out of his trunk.
And beat him. Like it's recorded actually. We gotta find the YouTube link for it.
Yeah,
but cause him and Signia, they had some random beef. And Alex J was like, "You suck, and I'll beat you in basketball." They just challenged him to a basketball game, and then he was like, "You ain't nothing. I'll beat you playing trumpet." And Signia accepted the bet, and then he beat him in the trumpet match. Like, "I'll be taking my money."
Signia just knows how to play trumpet, or Alex J just knows how to play trumpet.
He's been playing trumpet forever, apparently. So you would think that if you accept a money match from somebody for a trumpet contest. And they pull a trumpet out of the trunk of their car, you should know you've already lost the bet. Because no one just has a trumpet.
Just lying around. Like, they're like, I challenge you to a harmonica contest. And some dude just pulls one out. You know he's ready.
That is the definition of a weird flex, dude.
This dude Alex was like the bag and sag and Barry, and that's an old ass reference for most of you, of like money matches. This dude could be like, yo, let's play Connect 4 money match, let's go, and pull a Connect 4 set out of his pocket. Like, what?
Like, I think, like, with Alex, though, Alex has this blessing of pissing off everyone who wants to throw money at him. And it's like, I believe, like, I didn't realize it until NorCal Regionals, where Grand Finals was Alex J versus No Face. And Alex was shit-talking everyone in SoCal who was being ignorant, too. Like, so, like, him and Signia had some random hilarious beef, and so during his match against other people, he would stop just to yell at Signia on stage, right? And they're not even playing. He's just yelling at him like, "You're an idiot, you suck," and then would get back to beating another person, right? And so in Grand Finals, Alex J found a way to pick on everyone in America's inner fat kid, which was No Face at the time, because he was just stomping around like the quintessential like jock that everyone hated. And he found a way to make, because NorCal Regionals was very golf clappy around that time, because NorCal was like, we're NorCal, we like game, and we're all friends, let's hug it out.
Oh my goodness.
Alex J found a way to get everyone in the room pissed at once by picking on No Face during the Grand Finals match, which led to quite possibly the most entertaining Grand Finals I've ever seen. Because the Grand Finals happened, like, the Soul Calibur 5 movement patch occurred a few days right before NCR. And so they went to the patch. Lo and behold, Alex J took full advantage of everyone's unfamiliarity and picked on the nation's inner fat kid. And everybody rose to No Face's defense. And everybody was like, "Defend yourself, No Face! Beat the jerk!" It was great. After that, for the next like 2 to 3 plus years, everyone who saw that tournament was like, "Alex, you ain't shit. First to 5, $50. And he's like, "Okay." And he would just beat them, take their money, and they would challenge them again over and over again. Because everyone was emboldened to, like, defend that kid who was picked on at the schoolyard, so they would just keep throwing money his way.
Yeah,
it was brilliant.
It's on camera. It was recorded. It was a NCR.
Yeah, NorCal Regionals. It was beautiful. Like, that was quite possibly one of my favorite tournament experiences. Was just, 'cause he played the heel so perfectly that it got him financial increases for like years to come. Like, I've never pissed off so many people that they said, "I'm gonna keep throwing money at you in a game I'm gonna beat you in."
So if we had to, or if I was looking at this pool for F1, I would have to say that the winner's side of things would be, I mean, the projection has Zephikai and Icy Chains in winners finals. So Zeph making it out in winners, according to the projection, Icy Chains making out at loser spot number 1. And I would say, I mean, it projects Icy Chains over Thuggish Pawn. I would say Thuggish Pawn would probably make it out, because they have him predicted to make it out in losers. So I'm gonna go with the Smash G. I'm gonna play it safe with the Smash GG projection and say Zeph out in winners with Icy Chains and Thuggish Pawn out in losers.
Okay, so I guess for my prediction, Zephikai first off jump, Um, I'm going to give it to Icy Chains, just because I know he's been playing consistently. Thuggish Pond is the enigma for me, just because yes, he was solid in the past. Yes, he has years of being good, etc., etc. But also, he played in he had a lot of calibers where you wanted the character select screen.
Yeah.
And he still has a lot of good knowledge. He still has solid defense, and I think that's going to take him really far. The thing that I'm wondering about is, who is he playing? Because I know Chicago has not been posting up their events. The region seems relatively inactive. I think he may be playing with LP online, but I don't know who he's playing with. Because there's no evidence that Thuggish has been grinding out matches right now. So he may have cooled off.
So
during his hot streak, I definitely give it to him. But right now, he's now, for me, a toss-up between him and Big Boy making it out. Because I know Big Boy is still playing and he's still active.
So according to YouTube, Thuggish Pond at NEC 19 was last seen playing X. That was 2 months ago. The videos have been uploaded to Team Spooky's channel.
Yeah. So, and how did he do in that one?
This video has him in pool C2, so I don't know exactly how far he made it. He made it on stream, so that must have mean he must have made it to like losers final of the pool or winners final of the pool. But let me pull up NEC while you guys do your thing, and I'll see if I can find him.
Okay. 1 second.
So that's the thing that I'm wondering about is, where is Thuggish in terms of how stiff he is currently in the game?
Here he is. So NEC has him at 49th out of 286. According to his bracket, let me pull it up here real quick. Thuggish Pond, he made it to winners semis before he was eliminated by Ice Cold Edge, and then he lost to somebody named Ender's J in losers final.
Yeah, Ender's J had a great run.
Yeah, he made it to losers final of his pool for being knocked out by Ender's J.
Yeah, so I'm thinking in between Big Boy and Thuggish for the third position.
Okay, so what do you think, Irm? The silence is deafening.
Oh my god. All right. So, my notes say, my mic is muted. My notes say that Zeph is going to take this one in winners. Icy Chain's going to take it in second. And then now that today it came to our attention that we have to pick a third choice. Third choice, man. I don't know, man. Between Thuggish and Big Boy. And they have to play round 2 if they both make it.
So it's that you and Tommy kind of share the opinion that it could come up between Big Boy and Thuggish then. But I think we can all agree that Zeph and Icy are going to be the front runners there.
Yeah, they're. I don't unless like Thuggish or Big Boy are like secret grandmaster wizards, like that. That's a bad term. Secret grandmasters, like then you know.
Yeah, I mean 49th out of 286 is not a bad. That's not a bad run.
No,
it's not
for
like
Thuggish's pedigree though. That's a bad run for him because he spent years like being on top.
At the same time, though, NEC, while we all admit is a caliber major, that was what 2 months after the game's release. So, and he's playing X. At least he was back then. I don't know who he's playing now. So I would think that given his pedigree and his resume in the scene, that if anyone could sneak into that third spot, it would definitely be him. Mm-hmm. Not to discredit Big Boy, but
oh, not at all. Like Big Boy enjoys being the underdog. If he was listening to this, he'd be like, "Y'all thought I'm getting in third?"
Yeah, I mean, and he could have the advantage because, like we said, he's in the house of caliber, so he's surrounded literally by some of the best players in the scene. So he could very well have, gone and rock lead himself into the third spot. I don't think he's taking out Zeph. I think we can all agree on that, even Icy Chains. But as far as like a third man out, he has a strong case for himself. So it really could come down to Thuggish Pawn versus Icy Chains.
Yeah,
Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised I didn't see more of ATL in here so far, because I know that Poke Chop runs Mean Cervantes.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we haven't gotten there. Maybe they're actually there and I didn't see them. But I know for a fact that Atlanta is going to be solid defense. They make it a point to defend the house. Even with, like, you know, the issues of registration for final round for a lot of the ATL members.
You know,
I still think that it's going to be a lot.
You know, Thuggish's character is about to get dropped after this tournament.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying in the chat, is that when Amy comes out, it's going to be all Thuggish on that. So.
You know what? I don't believe that. Just because, the development team has done things I didn't think possible. Mm-hmm. They made the butt cheek characters good, and they made the good characters that were usually just like they show up and then the round's over with because of that actually balanced. I think that Amy may be good, but she may get released in tier estate.
Yeah, I think the karmic law of these characters would mean Amy, and this is just a prediction, it could be wrong. I think the karmic tier of Soul Calibur is going to come back to bite Amy in the ass.
Ooh, okay.
And she's gonna launch mid tier, but we can get into Amy predictions later. I mean, it's IRM show, so he can come up with a format he wants. But
nah, it's all good. We can talk about predictions later and stuff though. For like Amy, after we get through the pools, we only got 3 more pools.
So we good on G1 then?
Yeah, G1.
So G1, I mean.
Did we not go to F2?
We just did that. We just did F2, I think.
I thought that was F1.
Yeah, that was F1. We're in F2.
Okay, my bad. You know, it's the Kraken. My bad. So, F2. I see Mystic Bill. There's a name I'm familiar with. I see John Nitty, the Hot Dog Man, Sandman, and I see Baywitched in there, and Lolo. Is that the one I'm thinking of, or is that the?
Yes, that is. Yes, the king of all things Mexico.
Yeah.
So here's
Lolo.
This is a hard pool. This is
a hard pool.
This pool is dumb. So because like the other thing that we have here is something that I mentioned last night.
Oh man, you know, if it wasn't 3-man out on this would definitely be like brutaler. But yeah, this is
all right. So there's one quick thing I got to make note of. PAR lock. Virginia player, play Tekken. Jen plays Ivy. Old head.
Yeah.
He lives in SoCal and does not come to any locals. He comes to nothing. And then he flies to ATL to enter final round. I am angry because he lives near us and he refuses to play.
You may have to check your mans on that one later.
For real? Like, bro, come on. I'm like, dude, we could have been grinding these matches.
I see 46 people in the chat. If we could all just press F to pay respects for Tommy trying to push these locals on this man.
You show up to your locals, fam.
F in the chat for Tommy, please.
So this is one, like, I look at these names. I don't know OG Loke. I'm gonna call him that. I know Nitty. Now, this is one of those rare situations where I would say momentum might play a factor, because Nitty, if memory serves, got 3rd or 4th at KIT.
Yeah.
So he's definitely riding momentum. Now, Sandman is definitely, I mean, the guy streams all the time. He's definitely one of the more pronounced players. As well, Siegfried, I think. This is a hard pool for me to, like, I can't decide who would, like, make it out in winners. I'd want to say it's some combination of, like, Lolo, Nitty, or Sandman. Lolo, of course, you can't sleep on, but...
Nah, Lolo is a monster right now, man.
And he is. I mean, but... And then, of course, I don't know. I'm going to say... if for no other reason than just riding the offline momentum in tournament, I would put Nitty first, and then Lolo and Sandman in the loser spots.
What?
And that's strictly on offline performance.
Sandman
at
just
a
got
tournament.
top 3 at NEC.
Yeah, Sandman just won the last major he was at.
I'm just saying.
Sandman won Varsity Faustings.
I've seen this man jank people out, so I mean he could defend against the jank, but I've seen him jank people out before.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, no bullshit. I went to that monthly and I lost first round in winners because I got rung out by Zoslamel.
Right, like
so I can't even joke about it.
And like every time I played Nitty in Injustice 2, he always said, "Yo, just play the jank shit," and then he'd laugh about it. And I've seen him jank people, so I don't know if it's like an Alex J thing where he has just like an ability to make you fall for jank, but I could see somebody getting janked and rung out by his ass at least 3 rounds.
That's very possible, man. Like Zaz is the quintessential black man. He may bend, but he won't break. Back against the wall, you going out, my brother.
Like you'll either get like Vaudeville with the whole big ass hook out, or you could swing at the wrong time and get Galaxy Brain. Like,
yeah.
And it's a character okay, so Sandman plays Aswell, right? I mean, there's a lot of Aswell players. There may not be a lot of good Aswell players, but there's a lot of Aswell players. So even though Sandman's very good, there is a chance that somebody could, at least have a very basic idea of how to fight the character. Same with like Yoshimitsu, but on a scene-wide, this could just be me looking at it, but on a scene-wide scale, who is really labbing Zasalamel at this point, compared to Ivy or Aswell or some of the other characters?
Me, because I got like knocked out in first round.
Yeah, so
I got the game running right now.
I immediately went home. Like after I got home, like Nitty was like, "Oh man, you want games?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I do."
Yeah. Okay. So you two are maybe the exception to the rule, but I think on a grand scale, I think people are more likely to get janked out by Zaz than they are of Aswell or Yoshi at this point. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, fucking Lolo's training partner is Omega.
You saw it too?
Yeah, I forgot about that. And Omega DR plays Zoslamel.
Yeah, Omega, and whenever Omega makes it to the States, that's a whole other problem we're gonna have to deal with.
I just played Lolo today too, and Lolo is really fucking good right now. Like he's really, really good, and he's good with both of his characters.
Yeah, so I guess Blue Guy's saying in the chat that Lolo's training partner is Omega, and of course Omega played main Zaz, so he might be immune to the Zaz jank.
Yeah, for this pool, off jump, Lolo, because Lolo has been online mastering it. I've seen him on PS4. I think he's on PC. He's making a point for all Spanish-speaking caliber. They're all playing each other still.
Right.
Like for everybody who's in Mexico, DR, and any other place that's just south of America, he's getting them games in. And we don't know about a lot of them people in general. He's been exposed to a lot more than we are, because we are playing against mostly American players, but we're not seeing anything extra outside of our purview. Lolo is getting what we play against and some. And so I think Lolo, and the fact that he spent the money to fly to ATL, I think he's ready.
Lolo was at NEC as well. So
he was at NEC?
Yeah, he was at NEC. I don't think he,
really?
Yeah, I don't think he was he at NEC?
I don't remember seeing him there.
I don't remember seeing anything.
I could be wrong, but
I'm pretty sure he was at NEC because I remember his wife and him were helping Ring out with his merch booth. Whatever tournament that was.
He has a merch booth?
Ring out?
Oh, I thought you meant about Lolo still.
Lolo lost to Linkers.
All right.
And someone else.
So,
what's up, Blue God, by the way?
All right, so I think Lolo's going to make it out in winners. Just because I believe Lolo's been spending more time grinding out stuff.
Wait, oh, sorry, go ahead.
In terms of part number 2 is Sandman. Mystic Bill. Mystic Bill's historically really solid. Solid Tekken player, solid fundamentals, played Caliber, played Natsu in 5. And I'm not sure if he's playing Taki in this game. Mystic Bill's fundamentals, I think, might be able to take him past Nitty, but I don't think he's played against Zaslamel that much or much in general. And so I'm going to give the third spot to Nitty. So Lolo, Sandman, and then Nitty.
Okay. And what do you think?
All right, for me, Lolo, Sandman are my top two. Lolo taking it in winners. I just recently played Sandman and Lolo, and so I'd give Lolo the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And Lolo is historically a clutch god. I still emulate his triple GI to this day. It was the most beautiful thing I ever seen in person in my life. Nitty, I'm pretty sure Nitty will make it out. If Nitty gets, unless Nitty somehow like throws his stick on the ground and like breaks it like mid match 3 times in a row, he's not gonna lose to anyone else in this pool.
So I think we're all pretty much in agreement as far as the 3 who are going to make it out. I think we're only just at a difference as far as what order they're going to be in.
Yeah.
If I'm reading that correctly. I mean, it could go either way. I mean, Mystic Bill might slip his way in. Of course, you got OG Loke in there as well, so we could see an upset in there.
I don't think Locke's going to win anything really.
Yeah.
But I'm just mad that I was looking at the pool. I was like, is that Locke?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, fam.
I mean, there's the 3 of them in there, and I will give them credit in that all 3 of them, like when we talk about, and I don't know what IRM's got on the schedule, but as far as like community content creation,
we can talk about. We can talk about. You want to talk? Okay, we can do that.
What I mean, like later on, like as far as like content creation, like Lolo, Sandman, and Nitty probably stream this game more than anybody else collectively. Because every time I go on Steam, I get alerts saying Sandman's playing, or Nitty's playing, or I see Lolo is streaming. So like, they play a lot. So if any one of them were to like make it out in like the winner spot, it honestly wouldn't surprise me, just based on the amount of time they put into the game.
Yeah. And that's indicative of Sandman's results, honestly.
Yeah.
He's been placing at every event that he's been at. He's been in every top 8 since the game's launch, so he's been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. So
He
we
took
have.
a win.
Yeah. So I think we in G1 now.
Oh, we is in the Gangsta 1 pool, and this is my favorite pool, bro.
So I see Mick, I see Rich Sticks, Omega, Kowtow Robinson. Like,
this pool is beefy.
This is a beefy ass pool. Now I think the only, I mean, you guys might have a different opinion, but I would think that of the names listed, the only contention for winners in this pool is going to be Mick and Rich Sticks. Maybe you guys might opinion on that.
Rich Sticks.
But really, because Mick won KIT, so I think he has momentum going into this event. Now, Rich Sticks is a beast. I was just exposed to him this last Sunday on the Arena of Destiny when he went over Zeph. So I mean, I could see like.
Oh, you played Zeph on the Arena of Destiny?
Yeah, he was
like he almost 5-0'd him.
That's Maxi, baby.
He was on a 4-0 run, and then Zeph came back 3 games before Rich Sticks finally put him down. But even Smash GG has projected Mick versus Rich Sticks in the finals of the pool, with Mick going over him into winners.
I have a hard time seeing that happening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's your prediction.
So it has Mick going over in winners with Mick going over in winners with Rich Sticks in losers and Omega in the other loser spot. Hold on 1 second.
I think it's Taco Bell came, so I'll just do mine.
All
right. So what I have for this, Rich Sticks number 1. For like the reason why I put Rich Sticks over Mick, there are very few Maxi players on PSN.
Mick swears to God that he has this matchup so figured out, so he might have it. He might be able to do it. I don't think so. But
you know what? I'm not sure, because I'm not sure the experience he's getting against against Maxi.
I don't think he's
And
getting
so-
that type of Maxi.
Because like the main Maxi players where I see you can get the most amount of experience from, I'm not sure if he's getting those as training partners, or I'm not sure, or maybe it's some secret dude somewhere, like, you know.
Sorry, I was
Like,
grabbing my Taco Bell. What did you say?
Nailed it. So, like, I made a prediction you're getting your Taco Bell, but I'm not sure if it's like, you know, some random dude like, you know, Captain Underpants 385 who he's playing against, who may be like a Maxi god wings, but I'm not sure who he's playing to get the Maxi experience. And so, as far as I know, I'm going to give this to Rich Sticks because of Maxi in its current state is extremely strong. Rich Sticks, it has a lot of momentum coming in off of the second place finish and wanting to do better. On top of that, he's kind of he's the unknown that if you don't know about him, you'll get BTFO'd right now.
Yeah, he's definitely. After watching him play, and this isn't that one match, you have to prepare for his kind of play style.
Number 2, definitely Mick, because Mick is still really strong. X still good. Mick solid fundamentals.
Yeah, X
Plays things at a basic poke range, etc., etc.
X is really
And
good.
afterwards, in between Omega and Kowtow, BXA Lord Shiesty may be a bit of a surprise, but in terms of him doing a lot better. He placed first at the last tournament he went to on Smash GG, and he's been showing up to his monthly, so I know he's putting in time grinding out matches. But I think he's going to be a sleeper pick that may do some upset. Like, he may put down if Omega or Kowtow get into losers and they randomly run against them. That may be a tough match.
All right. So you're saying Rich Sticks, Mick Omega, or Kowtow?
Rich Sticks, Mick, and it's a toss up between Omega and Kowtow. And I think the spoiler to change all those predictions would be Lord Shiesty.
All right.
Okay. So, whose turn is it? My turn or your turn?
You can go ahead and go.
So, I'm gonna be the paragon of the offline momentum here, and say that Mick is gonna go out in first, or as far as winners is concerned. There are very few players I've seen across a board of fighting games that can flip a switch and completely reverse momentum on their opponents the way he can. I mean, there are obviously some gifted players out there, but I've seen him like just seem like he doesn't know a matchup very well, or can't understand a player's playstyle very well for one round, and then the next round it's just like, what the hell happened? Like, he just shits on him. So I would say Mick in winners, with Rich Sticks taking the first loser spot. As far as Kowtow versus Omega, I mean, I don't know Shiest too well. That'd be more of a Tomahawk's wheelhouse. Kowtow, obviously a very, very experienced player with a character that I wouldn't say is very widely used at a tournament level. I mean, I can probably count the number of Geralt players in one hand.
He's definitely one of the best characters right now.
Yeah, he might be one of the best like signature Geralt players. I mean, I would probably lean on Omega, only like not just because Talkie Boys obviously, but because of all the Talkie players, he might be the most consistent with the instant possession rush cancels, and that might give him an edge over Kowtow.
I think that
If
might
you've-
be... Oh yeah, go ahead.
Because if you've never, like, I mean, everyone's played a Talkie that just does possession into like possession B or possession grab, but Omega has actually online or offline at tournament had recorded footage of him doing like instant possession rush cancels into 6BB for full combos.
Oh yeah, he was doing that on me at when we were playing. Sadly, what didn't get recorded was me and Omega XCN's losers finals match at the last local. It came down to the last game, last fight, and he was just possession rush canceling all the time. So it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and like we all do it, but like he does it so pristine that you can't really see the actual unblockable. So I think that might give him an edge, because if you never fought that, it's very hard to just react to that on the fly because there are so many options once you have that available that might help you sneak through. So I would say, that being said, Mick and winners, if for no other reason than offline momentum for tournaments, winning KIT. Rich Sticks in the first loser spot and Omega in the third, with potentially Kowtow sneaking on depending on how well he can adjust.
Okay. Now, it is my turn. Here's how I think this is going to go. I'm looking at this. So, what's going to happen is Mick's going to make it all the way to the winners finals of the pool. Right? And then Rich is going to make it to the winners finals of this pool. And then Rich is going to get out in winners, right? Mm-hmm. And then if Omega doesn't go full tilt from losing to Rich Sticks, he will make it out, and he will make it out as well with Mick. But it all depends on if Cheech can stay solid. Because me and him, like, we hung out a lot, and we talked a lot. And this tournament really means a lot to him, so he's like coming in hot and determined. So be on the lookout for my boy Cheech, man. He's definitely making it out of this pool, and I think he can definitely beat Mick. I don't think Mick is gonna be ready for possession rush cancel, because if you haven't been exposed to it the first time you're exposed to it, you're definitely gonna get like blown up a couple of times really quickly because the damage like adds up.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, man, I want Rich Sticks to make it out of this pool in winners, because if you do, that'd be sick.
Tommy, who did you pick, Tommy, in the winner slot?
I picked Rich Sticks, but as an old man who's angry and never happy, I don't like young people winning. But I think that Rich Sticks is gonna win.
I'm like the odd man out on this right now because I feel like I'm picking all the old men, and like I don't know. I have different picks, but that's cool. I mean, it could go either way. I think, honestly, I personally, I'll make more, but I respect the picks. I could see Rich Sticks sneaking in there. Mm-hmm. Man, he seems like he has a lot of talent and puts in a lot of work. So, what's up, Growlix?
He's been streaming. Like, remember when the game dropped and he was like, "I'm the #1 Maxi," and I was like, "So dude's claiming to be #1 after just grinding out a bunch of matches." Then he showed up offline, like, "Oh, okay."
Mm-hmm.
Damn. So we good on
I love
moving
you,
his
the last pool. The pool.
So this one, I don't think this one is as hard to yeah, I mean, it's got Party Wolf and Smash GG has projected him to make it out over Thermidor in the winner slot.
I could agree with that.
You have Thermidor, you have Lord Xavier, and those are the only 3 names I really recognize. I don't know who Epic is.
I don't know any of these people outside of the normal usual heads that we see at events.
So
which is awesome for one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that. I mean, I think the projection here, I mean, according to Smash GG, it has Party Wolf making it out in winners, with Thermidor making the first loser slot, and then Epic SC making the second loser slot. Now, I don't know who that is, so I can't speak on it, but I would definitely agree with the first 2, Thermidor, Party Wolf making it out in the first 2 slots.
X-player. He's more of a Tekken guy, though. Okay. But yeah, Party Wolf and Thermidor, and then the third slot is literally a toss-up between Sasuke Fan and Itachi 9 2000. So,
like, honestly, like, my third slot, so we got Party Wolf first.
Obviously.
Party Wolf has been battling against Zephykai at their locals and losing, surprisingly. Like, I'm not, like, with the House of Caliber, I'm not sure how much they're playing, but, like, Zeph has been taking the tournament lead against Party Wolf. So, but Party Wolf's still solid, still grinding out a gang of matches. He had a set recently against Sonic Fox, so it's really interesting. But what I have for mine are Party Wolf, Thermidor, and then third, Dallas-Fort Worth's own Biako. Biako has been playing. I know he's been placing at his locals down there. Support your locals, get good. And I know he's coming in, and he's gonna probably be ready. He's been consistent in his local community. So I'm thinking Biako is the strong possibility for the third. I don't think that he's going to easily make it into third, but I think that he has the number 3 spot is a very strong potential for him.
Someone's asking if their weeklies are streamed. I've never seen Zeph pump out a Twitch link to his local.
That is literally like, dude, they are dropping the ball so fucking hard in Houston. So hard in Houston.
I see where Zeph and part of like tweet their shit, and I see like where they like, hey, I'm going to such and such, and then I see like the winner, but I don't see like the in between.
No, I mean it could be they're trying to like keep their tech to the chest, or they just don't want to record.
You can only see us online on stream. On their like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, everybody's kind of dropping the ball. Like right now for their locals, like folks out here demanding, companies chalk up 10K for a pot. You can't stream your local though.
Yeah, so Marginal's saying there's 3 venues to local. I guess to Tommy's point, like my scene is lucky in that the guy who runs the Indiana local, at least like the big one, has recently, like in the last few months, partnered with Arturo and Team Spooky. So we basically get our local stream to their channel, so it has a lot of potential eyeballs. But I don't know about the Houston locals as far as what they're doing is stream-wise or whatnot. So they could potentially be dropping the ball there.
Well, like,
yeah, that's what I was talking about. Really, it's like the pedigree of players that they have there. They have players that people want to see, and they also happen to be they have some of the bigger players, like fan base wise as well. And it's like use what you got.
Yeah. they are like 2 of the larger personalities. Like when Party Wolf streams, he gets like
a couple
up there in numbers. But you know what? That's for a whole other topic. Everybody's doing what they can, so like all we can do is when we know something's going on, tweet it out, get the word out, and get to watching it. Like even in SoCal, we're working on getting our stream advertisement game up. So hopefully you can see more stuff from the locals out here, so you don't know who we are. You have no idea who we are when we show up to the tournament.
Yeah, but I feel like the projection here is. I mean, the first 2 picks, Party Wolf and Thermidor, I think that all you really need to say is Party Wolf and Thermidor. I don't think anyone really dispute that. The 3rd slot, I mean, I don't know who Epic SC is. I would say Lord Xavier may sneak in there, but I haven't seen him play recently, so I don't know how good or bad he may be in this game. I mean, the pools have Epic SC projected out to win. I don't know who that is, but looking at the other names in the losers bracket, Amethyst Kelly, Rakel, TAA Crack DLC, like that one, someone might actually walk. Like, no offense to this person, someone might actually like walk through that one.
Yeah,
losers.
I definitely can see that happening.
So I would say I don't have a 3rd pick. I guess gun to my head, I would say Xavier would be the 3rd, but the first 2 I think would be indisputable between Party Wolf and Therm.
I agree.
Marginal saying if that's Epic from Xbox Live, he's an Astaroth player. What's up with all these fucking Astaroth players? Jesus Christ. They're coming out of the woodwork.
Big man, big golems, dog.
Like, I didn't see these motherfuckers at all until just recently, and all of a sudden everyone plays Astaroth. Like, damn. So, that's all the pools. Were we gonna like try to project a winner for final round, or Zeph or not Zeph? Iron, what was on the
I was gonna ask about Dream Match. I didn't know if you guys wanted to keep going. We can go up to top 8. Honestly, we can talk about a potential top 8 here. Like not off of projected, but just off of the players that are here. Actually, we can off of what we just did. So let's move up to top 8 from what we just picked.
All right. Can anyone defeat Sandman's Beard? No, Sandman's Beard is undefeated, sir.
It is unconquerable.
Looking at these names, I would say, I mean, Linkors, top 8 contender, Zephakai, top 8, Mick, that's 3. Don't ask me to tell you which one's going to be winners, one's losers. I haven't paid that much. I haven't written down. I don't know. Like some of these names seem pretty easy to pick, but like, so Zeph, Mick, Linkors. I could see Rich Sticks making it up there. That's 4. Thermidor, Party Wolf. That's potentially 6. I don't know who the last 2 would be. I mean, I could see Omega maybe sneaking in there. Kowtow, Nitty, Lolo for sure. Lolo and Sandman. So I guess those would be like my last 2.
All right. I have like straight up like immediately right off the bat. I have like a solid 7, and like the 8th spot is like not good. I don't know what the 8th spot really will be. So in no particular order, this is my top 7 because I don't have an 8. So I got Linkors up here, right? Oh, duh, I'm so dumb. I do have an 8. I just had to look at my TV screen. All right, so we got Linkors, we got Zeph, we got Rich Sticks, we got Sane, we got Lolo, we got Party Wolf, we got Thermidor, and then we got Sandman.
I could see that.
I have no disagreements.
I think that is literally going to be our top 8, and I think I would go as far as to say for winners, man, we should somehow figure out how to do Fantasy Caliber.
You know what? Bump that. I'm bumping one person out for no reason whatsoever. Ice Cold Edge. Put him in there.
Really?
Old Man Fury.
Oh snap! Hold on.
He's gonna show up with gray hair and wisdom and somehow make it work.
And
I'm
that's
just throwing him in there.
Like, Rye3 Twitch mentioned it in the chat. I think like there are some names like you could look at like Mick, Zeph,
Probably top 8.
Rich. Like I think we could pick like a guaranteed 4 or 5. But I think based on how this tournament goes, you know, whether the temperature is right, how much they charge for bottles of water, there could be like a potential.
Very true.
There could be a potential sleeper in here. Like I could see some of these guys like sneaking their way into like the loser side of top 8.
And then you know, if any of the guys we pick have like, even if a single one of them has an off day, it completely changes the way the
entire landscape.
Yeah. Like maybe
though highly unlikely. Imagine if like Linkors is like he catches like the stomach flu and just like drops
like,
everything.
What if round 2 Linkor loses to Astaroth? That completely like flips the entire tournament around.
Everybody just has that "excuse me, what the F" moment.
No, I mean I've seen it. Like when I went to every time I go to CEO, and this is really more true for probably like NRS games than maybe Soul Calibur, but like Florida's scene for like NRS games runs like top 16 dark horse deep. Like I went there for the first Injustice, and like known players were getting dropped in pools by guys I had never even heard of. So I mean I could see like someone sleeping their way through like Atlanta top 8 on the loser side, just completely random. Like
unfortunately, like I was looking at the pool, I don't see a lot of OG Atlanta being there. Like I was checking names, and it seems a lot of OG Atlanta didn't make it. Like that's actually, I'm kind of sad about that. Like I was looking forward to seeing the Killer 6.
Yeah.
But or even Poke Chop entering. So I'm kind of sad OG Atlanta didn't get there. So I think RTD is a one-man house defense. So I think he's going to have a deep run just because of really just like patriotism for ATL by itself.
Sure.
I'm not sure where like RTD can make it to top 8, and if he's like been playing hard, I think we all made the point of overlooking RTD a little bit too much. I do it because honestly I think it's hilarious, but I think RTD is honestly probably going to be in a really strong spot. I did not see Jop registered either. Jop's in Atlanta, so I think it's going to be a toss up. Like the guaranteed spots, I think are Linkor is insane. They're guaranteed. Rich Sticks.
You think Sane is guaranteed? I know I put it there, but I just wanted to ask.
I think Sane's guaranteed just because Ivy's ridiculous. And everyone keeps acting like she's not. Like the amount of complaining that people did about like other characters, for some reason everybody just calmly backed away when discussing the fact that Ivy's buffer window is ridiculous, where she can go into CS or SS from crouching or from all forms of movement, can hold buffering an absurdly long period of time. I'm like, her grab game is nuts. And why are y'all not acting like it's that good? And her damage is always nuts. And everybody keeps acting like it's not as good as it actually is.
I'm still mad that I get hit by like a lethal hit from her and lose 35% into Oki, or I get like hit by an unreactable command grab that takes like 30% of my health.
I think what's the worst is when she whiffs AA, and for some reason, like, you know, because you're playing online, you run forward and you can't run forward and block. So if she whiffs if the second hit of A hits you on counter hit, you get lethal hit.
Yeah.
So it's like
she has a bunch of absurd conditions.
It's like, why is that even a thing?
Like, her conditions for lethal hit cover her messing up.
Yeah, I'm still mad that like
I can't
these
argue.
from Tomahawks in my perspective. Like, I'm still mad that like Taki has to like do these advanced calculations to get A6 to lethal hit on the right like side of an opponent, and Ivy can literally lift her leg and fart and get a lethal hit for like
110. Yeah, just she needs it.
That's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. I'm just, you know, little drunken salt coming out.
But like that's kind of the thing, like, because of Ivy's strength right now, Ivy players right now are living the good life. They're, you know, things are pretty good. Like, think of them like, I have a horrible country analogy, I might as well use. So you ever see like where they have like, you know, farm raised cows, and they have that one bull that's there for breeding, and he's not going to get killed. He's living life, he's scratching himself on a tree, and he's happy. That's Ivy players right now. They make it plain life is tough, but they're living good. Scratch themselves all day with a CS or an SS from crouch, duck, sidestep, whiff, lethal hit. Oh yeah, you whiffed the first A? The second one lethal hits. Merry Christmas. Oh, you did a full crouch low that low profiled? Yeah. Or if they guess wrong, congratulations, big launch, lethal hit damage again. Ivy is really, really good. And I think that with Sane having the ability that he had, along with Ivy having a strong tool set, I think he's a guaranteed top 8. Unless like he plays against Linkors, because they're currently having the battle of the Titans at the top right now, where every match they have, it's like a strong fight where it's like, you know, Clash of the Titans with them. So the only person I think can probably knock Sane into losers right now may be Linkors.
Yeah, all right.
After that, after that, Lolo, because I think Lolo ain't traveling just to go 0-2. I think Lolo has practiced enough.
He's coming to play, and I know he's definitely like salty about NEC because.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I know. Not making top 8 sucks when you get to like 9th, dude.
Yo, that young 9th place.
Yo,
that's a horrible feeling.
You know, what's funny is, ironically enough, is my first major was NEC and I got 9th. So I went to NEC and got 9th again. I went full circle, man. I'm back to square one, dude.
Yeah, but it's a whole new game, and now you have better tools. And I think the evolution of Maxi, tools, but yeah, probably. I think the evolution of Maxi in the next month or so is going to make the character really strong and make him a must pick.
Yeah, we're finding new shit every day, man.
The Space Jam combos are still absurd.
That's my shit.
Like, it took me a long time to figure out how to get Taki damage.
Marshall, you call me the old Rich Sticks. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Rich Sticks is the young dude. Come on, that's how it is.
No, the first time that like Rich Sticks or makes top 8, I'm gonna be looking at it from the crowd like that Samuel L. Jackson gif with the chrome, like the U-top hair. I'm gonna be looking at him every time he says something on Twitter. I'm like, nope, top 8, or nope, Maxi top 8.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking forward to that. Like, but honestly, like I think the top 3 that I think will have the most capable route of making it, especially after seeing how Rich Sticks played Zephyrkai recently. So I think Rich Sticks is on a cutting edge right now in terms of him getting crisp.
Yeah.
So I think Linkors, Sane, Rich Sticks are going to be guaranteed top 8 in my mind. afterwards, I'd have Lolo up there as a definite number. Well, I wouldn't really say definite number 4, but he has a high possibility of number 4. Party Wolf and Zephykai there, so we're now at 7. Number 8, in between RTD and Mick.
Ooh. You would leave out Sandman and Thermidor.
All right, so that's tough.
Oh, you still have one more, man. Unless I missed one. Because I have Linkor, Sane, Lolo, Rich Sticks, Party Wolf, Zeph, and Mick/RTD.
Yeah, Mick, Sandman, I'm not really sure. When I was looking at his matches earlier, Sandman played very stiff, but it seemed that Rich Sticks like broke down his ability to block axe low. And I don't know if that's going to carry Sandman as far as it did that last time.
No, it's not. It's a completely different game this time.
Well, no, I mean like not during that patch. That was after the Aswell patch.
Oh, was that after the Aswell patch?
Yeah, it was after the Aswell.
On the Aswell patch. I thought Frosty was on the Aswell patch, and that was like a big deal.
Yeah, well, that was the one where Aswell got nerfed.
Wasn't that like the very weekend he got nerfed too, or like the
yeah,
week?
It was. It was that
rough.
week he got nerfed.
Man, that's a rough.
And he still lost to that Aswell. So I'm not sure if that's going to be able to carry Sandman like it did originally, but also I'm not sure about Sandman's progression as a player in the meantime. I haven't been able to catch a stream. But yeah, the last 3 of Sandman, Mick, and RTD.
Yeah,
those I feel are.
Ruben said it was before the Aswell nerfs.
It was before he got nerfed?
So he already had to deal with Aswell's backstep, as well as like axe low always hitting you for the attack throw, like consistently.
Oh, they didn't run the patch there. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like the patch had just dropped a few days beforehand or something like that, or the day of.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that like dropping that week.
The current one.
So yeah, like Sandman is strong, but I'm not sure where Sandman, Mick, and RTD will shake out. I think they're gonna have to fight really hard, I think, to get their spots. Just because of overall improvement. Now, mind you, I think Mick can beat Zeph. And so if it's like to get in the top 8, Mick has to beat Zeph, I think that's a higher percentage of happening.
I could agree to that because he beat Zeph at KIT, so
yeah,
I could see his.
I know they play. I believe they play frequently, or they at least exchange tech. But Mick versus Party Wolf, I think Party Wolf would win that one.
I think it, and not to drift too far off topic, but one of the things that I can appreciate about the Soul Calibur scene is like you look at like this top 8 with like potentially X, a couple of X's, Yoshimitsu, Killick, a Maxi, an Aswell, potentially a Nightmare, maybe like a Geralt on the loser side. I don't know. There's like a lot of character diversity in this top 8.
Yeah.
It's not like we're watching like 5 Zhonghuas and 3 Ivies, and it's like, congratulations, here's your top 8. People can be booing it or something like that.
I never want to go back to that timeline. I got 9th at final round using Yunsun and Mitsurugi. And the top 8 was, I think it was like 5 or 6 Zhonghuas. With my friend playing Killick and the other friend playing Setsuka. We're just like, yeah, seems fair. Like, it was some absurd number for like Soul Calibur 3. It was like, I know top 3 were all top 3 were X.
Yeah.
But top 8 was majority X.
And that's just like a pretty good diversity as far as SC6, because other than KIT, which may have had like 2 or 3 Zhonghuas or Nightmares, I don't recall the exact numbers. There's been a pretty good diversity among the top 8 characters. Yeah. There's not like you don't see one character just dominating top 8 completely.
Which is one thing I'm extremely glad about until, like, people pick up Maxi, then it's all over with.
Yeah, absolutely. Hashtag top 5.
Easy.
So, so we did the pools, kind of a little bit of a top 8 projection there. I know you had mentioned potentially going over like community content stuff and other topics. Did you have anything else as far as on the schedule?
Oh, as far as the schedule, we've like basically gone through everything in a really like nice and clean, timely manner. It's like just over 2 hours. That was a good one. We finished up everything. Like we can move on to like dream matches. I need to pester some of my Caliber TV correspondents that are on site to record dream matches. But like any matches like you're trying to look for, like I know, or you're looking forward to any matches in tournament, like you know.
Well, Shanks, he's asking who wins the tournament.
Who wins the tournament?
Oh, that's there. I can't pick somebody.
I'm going Rich Sticks. Rich Sticks.
Really?
Yeah, he's gonna win this tournament. He's not gonna lose.
See, I mean, you got like Sandman.
He's not gonna.
He's got momentum. Mick has momentum. Zeph has momentum.
Rich beats all of them. I don't know about Party Wolf, but Rich beats all of them. He's got
are you just saying that because he's a Maxi player?
No, well, partially, but no. Hold on. Yo. Check.
You about the mic drop right now?
Rich Sticks is going to win Final Round 2019. Y'all can clip it. Y'all can clip it if you want.
That's your first hot take.
No,
hot take.
That's not my first. That's my first. That's my first hot and only hot take. That's who's winning this tournament. Maxi is gonna win this tournament.
You know, if Maxi wins this tournament, you can't downplay that character anymore.
Yes, I can. You can watch me do it.
No, you can't.
I downplayed Maxi when I won a tournament. Like, come on. Yeah,
that dude said you can watch me do it.
Watch me.
I'm looking at you like, man.
I think it's gonna be Party Wolf, Linkors, and Rich Sticks in the top 3. And I think Rich Sticks is gonna take it over. I think. Okay, personally, I think the Party Wolf versus Linkors matchup is like my favorite match going into this tournament because that was grand finals of the last tournament, and Linkors is just like easy peasy. So I want to see what the clapback is from Mr. Wolf, wholeheartedly.
I'm dropping an email in the chat to express IRM's face when he sees a Maxi win the tournament.
Hell yeah. Boom versus Zeph, that would be cool. I'm gonna write that down as something to try to get them to try to get done. Something that they need to do. Speaking of community stuff, that they need to really like bring their laptop. Like I know they all have laptops. I know for a fact that they all have laptops in that hotel room playing Soul Calibur 6 right now, and none of them have a stream set up. Shame on all of you. Shame on every single one of you motherfuckers out there. Because I don't.
I think a really missed opportunity, and I used to talk to Arturo about this with Injustice and MKX, is that there's a lot of like matches that are going to be in pools that aren't going to be streamed. That there's a big opportunity for somebody to record, even if it's just with their phone.
That's literally what I've been doing.
Like when I went, like at the first like a few in like the Injustice tournaments in year 1, I used to just kind of sit in pools, looking for like the players that would have like these hot matchups that weren't going to be on stream. I just sat there just recorded. Like it was sometimes uncomfortable, but that's the kind of stuff that we need to see these matchups, because like you hear about them on Twitter. Yo, there's an upset and. You know, Grandma's Pop-Tart beat Zephikai in pools. And it's like, what? Is there a video? Like, no.
Grandma's Pop-Tart.
Grandma's Pop-Tart.
Like, Grandma's Pop-Tart beat Zeph. It's like, what happened? Like, I don't know. Like, what? Like, I see some people, like, periscoping sometimes, but, like, we need somebody, like, on the field, you know, just, like, recording, even if they have the potato for a phone.
Yeah, oh, my God. You just reminded me. There was a dude named Gushin Grannies who beat, like, a top player randomly at a major. And so you just on Twitter like, Gushing, oh my God. And this dude just took out a top player, but nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Like, heck, I think it was last year at EVO. Ended up running some matches. And I think it was was it Honeybee? It was some dude. It was like some like top player in NRS who got bopped by this random kid. And he was like with a crew of kids who looked like they're like from some mission who all had DuckTales, and they all just like beat this one dude who like held up the whole tournament. Wasn't it? It was he was an older guy, older Caucasian player, but he got bought by these young heads, and the only person who saw it was me and the kids, and I'm like, wow, I wish somebody would have seen this.
Yeah, like there was, I think it was final round in the second year of MKX where Foxy Grandpa, a European player who he wrote the book on playing Melina in tournament when she was in the final patch. Like he was playing a YouTuber by the name of V-Man, and Tommy would know V-Man because he's the only guy who ever got God matched on our show. But V-Man, who was up at that point had been uploading like ladders of like basically doing like the rank, not rank mode, but like the character ladders for MKX and whatnot, came offline and beat like this top 8, top 3 level European player, and it was off stream, and it's like, yo, this guy just died in pools to this YouTuber, and it's like, what? Is there video? No. Like there's over the shoulder cam, but that video blew up. Like there's opportunity for those of you who are like up and coming, who want to be like, you know, produce content. There's an opportunity for you to go offline if you're at final round or at any regional or local and just like find these players and record this shit. Like,
and folks ain't tripping. Like, you want to see those matches because, like, you're like, what happened? I don't know. And then you can at least call it, like, or even if, like, say, like, it helps everybody. Say, like, something happens where it's a technical difficulty, and say folks are like, no, they did something on purpose to make sure that they lose, right? And the coach don't see it. I mean, or the ref don't see it. If you're recording it, helps everybody else out. Number 2 is that everybody else can see the matches, and you're now the content creator. You're getting matches that don't get streamed.
Exactly. That's literally what Caliber TV is.
I'm gonna go ahead and project Grandma's Pop-Tart to make top 8.
Hell yeah.
She's gonna sneak in there.
Dude, I'm still flabbergasted by that guy's name. But I was like,
hey, I mean, I once at Frosty Frostings, I once watched a man named Raw Dog make it the top 8, and they had to put that name on stream. I was like, really, bro? I was like, what a god.
Yeah, I've met so many random handles in this while playing fighting games. Like, there's a dude named Spaceman Africa, and he's this really pasty Caucasian dude. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't have caught that. But yeah, like that's one of the things that's really, really good is be that person who can get as many matches up because everybody needs it.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things, and I don't know what has on the schedule as far as like bonus talking points.
Oh, we're just going now.
I think a good transition based on this conversation thus far is the content creation in the Soul Calibur community and how there needs to be more of it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, definitely.
And to piggyback on this talking point, like if you're at a tournament, like when I'm at tournaments, and I go to a fair number of them every year, if I lose in pools, yeah, it sucks, but I'm like, okay, well, my pool's at 12, I'm done at 1:30 or whatever, and there's all these players playing matches. Let me just, record matches. And I don't upload all of them, but I upload like a lot of them. So like there's an opportunity, man, to just put some of these, because we need more content in the scene.
Yes, that in general, that's what we're lacking. So for Tekken, a few things happened for Tekken to blow up. One, people played and advertised that they played. Nothing in like, I know Level Up put out a bunch of stuff. Level Up Your Game put out stuff. Eris put out content. Everybody was kind of on the grind, showing that they're playing games and they're having fun.
Dude, yeah, where's everybody at?
Well, it's like, and everybody is waiting for everybody else to do it. Is the current problem?
Fuck it. I'll just do it. That's why I wanted to like do this today. I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like, let's just get the shit popping and rolling, dude. Get some like systematic kind of thing going, like something.
And even Shanks raises the point in the chat. How do you guys feel about the Mark Julio Twitter post about Soul Calibur got to do more or something? I agree with him.
Yeah, because
we're not. Hold up.
Alright, you have a counterpoint to make to that?
Yeah, I do. Right.
All right.
Okay.
What you got?
So here's the thing, bro. It's like I think that comment is super detached and really out of touch, especially coming from Markman. it's especially coming from somebody. This is coming from somebody who's like, personally, myself. I have put more money into like Soul Calibur, like the offline scene of Soul Calibur, than Namco has.
Damn.
So it's like, and that's me, and that's not even talking about people who like help other people get there and like get blocks of rooms for players and like sponsor other players. Like we brought players from overseas and shit. Where the fuck was Namco for that? They were fucking off, dude. And then like for someone who's not even a part of like it's like that shit's so asinine to me. Like it's like where did that come from?
On a real
like you're talking about, it's like, okay, I get the content creation thing. Like I understand that you're saying we don't. It's like, but you're sitting there saying like essentially we don't deserve it. Like we didn't earn it. And it's like, bro, y'all didn't even put in anything. So it's like y'all didn't even meet us halfway, and y'all sitting here trying to tell me that I didn't earn it. When I'm like, when I've been like going to your pre-release events and producing content.
Well, here's the thing.
Like what?
Like
they're saying, Iron, gotta turn your mic up a little bit. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Oh man.
Well,
all right.
From my end of the spectrum, what I see, he's right and he's being nice about it because of the overall. Like it's not a individual slight against you specifically. Like, dear IRM, you suck at things. No, that's not, it's not that.
No, dude, it's not. No, that's not. I know that. I know that.
But,
it's a slight at more than just me. I'm not the only person who feels this way.
Well, here's the thing.
Like,
you're not the only one. And the problem is that you may feel that because you've been putting in work, which is good. But when it comes to looking at it from a global marketing standpoint and convincing scared Japanese businessmen to actually invest money within the esports scene when it's gone belly up, and what we would need to show that it's sustainable.
Has the esports scene gone belly up? I think it's doing really good.
No, we've busted multiple times in overall global esports. We've had multiple small busts here and there, and following that trend as a company, what you want to do is make sure that you're investing in something that has already a head of wind behind it, right?
Yeah.
Like prime example, in Soul Calibur 3, we made our own nationals. In Soul Calibur 4, we made our own nationals, and then Namco showed up at the end. Oh, you're throwing in nationals? Okay, we'll do something. When it came for sponsorships for Soul Calibur 5, we threw our own Evo tournament, and we got other people to get like sponsored and get flown out here overseas. We had an international tournament for a side tournament that me, Mika, and Alex J put together with like just us, our pockets, and just saying we're going to do it without anybody else doing anything from the Namco end. And without anybody doing anything, like, we ended up asking Markman, like, hey, you're in Mad Cats, we want to do this and give y'all free publicity. They were like, yo, how do we sign up? And they worked with us. Now, mind you, after that point, trying to get people to do stuff with Soul Calibur is really difficult because a lot of Soul Calibur players are kind of they're all kind of like, hey, we want to have this, but how come Namco isn't doing something? I'm like, well, let's not worry about Namco doing anything. Let's just do something. And then Markman got into more senior roles and started doing more stuff to reach out to the community, as long as community was actually was continuing to do stuff. Now, right now, what he's doing is he's advising major brands of businessmen that know nothing about their audience on how to reach out to their audience and vice versa. And so
it don't seem like he's telling them how to reach out to us.
Well, he is, but my question is, where do you think the people who are making the games are in terms of putting money for an esports thing? We don't even have established commentators in the Soul Calibur community who play the game.
Yeah, there's 2 points I want to read in the chat right now. The first one from Marginal. Without Markman, the exposure for Soul Calibur 6 would have been horrible. And from Shanks, I see what you're saying about our own stuff, but in 2019, when the youngins are so easy to drop out and move, hype is real. When patches and DLC rule the industry, when you don't see much from the company, people won't even look at the community-made content.
Exactly, bro.
Now,
why is Namco so hard-headed to not like see that if they can inject a little bit of fucking life into the, like, dude, if they literally Sandman said it best, and so did RTD, bro. What is $3,000 to fucking Namco? Matter of fact, what is $3,000 to Markman? It's not Markman's duty to do that anyway. I'm just saying.
Well, like, you do realize that they had an entire Tekken World Tour where they paid out $5,000 because they didn't get it. This is a lesson that they're learning right now.
I mean, they got flamed for that though.
And they deserved it. Like, I'm like,
that's asinine, and that's Namco. And they're like, look, Namco's still doing it. They're doing another Namco.
Well, no, they're no, it was 7,000, but now they're at like 180 something thousand.
Yeah, like when that 7,000 thing hit, they got like people were all over Twitter dragging about how the Tekken World Tour was basically like peanuts.
Dude, like the Score Esports had a great documentary on it, and they were like,
"Yo, that is one of my favorite YouTube channels."
And they were like, "Hey, yo, man, this dude Rang Chu won the World Tour with Panda for 7 Gs."
Yeah, they were like,
and Panda ain't won a tournament since ever.
That wouldn't even cover your expenses to get to every tournament in the series tour. To be perfectly honest,
but here's the thing: Namco is learning esports slowly. Like you understand, like. Dude, for Soul Calibur 4, they did 2 patches of the game and then dropped it in its current state.
That's what they did in Soul Calibur 5, dude.
And they finally learned now, maybe we should patch it to get rid of the broken stuff.
But here's what they're doing now. It's like, hey, maybe we should patch it and cater to only the Japanese.
Yeah, that is unfounded. That I believe is unfounded. Because they've shown that they're listening to a number of communities. Shit. And I don't know who thought up the idea that they're only listening to the Japanese.
I did.
That's incorrect, bro.
It's obvious.
Because they're actually, like, for the changes they had with Taki, right? Arctic had a long write-up and then put out, like, information spread, like, some PowerPoint stuff. Like, yo, here's the issues with Taki that we're seeing. They addressed those directly because of that communication. Like, Oofmatic had the same thing where, like, with Dampier in Soul Calibur 4 and 5, where he was like, here are the issues currently with Dampier. And he laid it out to them, made the logical case, and they heard him out. So Soul Calibur 5 Dampier was technically just the Oofmatic patch notes for Dampier. They're listening to people who give them cogent arguments. The problem that we're having is that we don't communicate well unless we're angry in the American community.
Hell yeah, we're fucking Americans.
I mean, I would say that,
we're
but
conquerors.
I remember not too long ago, Tommy, you were asking Akubo what hashtag we should use to report bugs and things for the Soul Calibur 6, and they gave you a response, more or less. Yeah. They may not have done it directly. And even like the Astaroth community got together and made that hilarious video package about how bad their characters' hitboxes were. I found it hilarious. I don't play as well, but that shit was funny as fuck to me. But but they actually addressed some of those things. So I feel like they're listening. Now I will play devil's advocate a little bit in that I can understand to a degree why Namco doesn't put a lot of money into Soul Calibur because of 2 reasons, and they kind of go hand in hand. One, our community doesn't have that many content creators that are consistently putting out content, and 2, our casual community isn't watching what content we are putting out. Like, like on any given day, I can look at the Soul Calibur numbers on Twitch, and
they're abysmal, dude.
They're abysmal. Like, even now, like looking at it right now, like I'm not dragging the community, but Lil Majin has more people watching him play Tekken than there are a number of people like 10 times there are people watching him play Tekken on one channel than there are watching Soul Calibur in its entirety on this platform.
Yes.
So I don't know where the disconnect is or why casuals are not watching. I know the numbers are there because this game has sold a few million copies, and with 1 to 2 to 300 people per tournament, depending on what tournament it is, I know the player base is there, but they're not actually watching or participating in the content. So there's like a little bit of a disconnect there for whatever reason.
And also the way to bring up the numbers is not by gray sweatpants, gentlemen. Just saying. I know it's print season, y'all. Just can't be doing that.
Hey, man.
But, I have some ideas as to like the type of content that I think is gonna like help revitalize some stuff. I'm trying to get it all together. It's a lot. Like even doing this, it just like today was like a test run as well. And
Yeah.
I'm so happy that it was so
Yeah.
good.
Well, like this was a good idea because like I was telling Tommy like when you first tagged us on this, it's like I remember the Soulcast, but I don't remember that many other podcasts. So I think that this is one of the things the scene could use honestly is like a podcast or
Yo, man, we can.
Like-
You want to come back after final round next week? We
yeah.
can talk about it.
I'm
Like
okay
the
with
State
that.
of the Community Volume 1 or something like that. Like
Yeah.
just something like we need
How
to
did you
have
know
more
that's
stuff.
what I wrote as the name of this on my?
Because
goddamn, on
You're
the,
smart, and I was like, smart people would write this down.
Yeah, man. the state of the community address post tournament. Like sometimes, like some of the best conversations I have, guys, are post tournament. Like, yo, man, this random ass like grandma's Pop Tart made top 8. Say what? And then we have a conversation about it. Like,
yeah, man. Like shit. I remember back in Soul Calibur 5. Like I don't know if anybody remembers my streams back then, but I would legit just like sit around for like 14, 16, 17 hours because I had no life and I was in college. And sit with like Party Wolf and just have a revolving door of players like Party Wolf, fucking Great One would always be in there back when me and Great One were cool. Like Zeph would come in, LP would come in, and then we would have giant ass Skype calls, and it would just be fucking story time and high level Soul Calibur. Like it was like the shit, dude. Like we can bring that back, that'd be sick.
yeah,
Jax, another thing that helped a lot back in 5 was Jax's 24-hour stream. That was like the plug.
I remember those.
But like, yeah, man, like I'm definitely down to do more of these. Like, definitely. Yo, man,
Like-
we need people creating content though.
Like really, like so. The thing that we have in the Soul Calibur community right now, where I think we're heavily effing up, are the first one is that we have the personalities, right?
Yeah, but we're not putting them out.
Like, end up talking to a bibulist on this at random, and one of the things that we see the problem with fighting games in general is that we're all wrestling heads, right? Like,
Mhm.
do you like y'all seen wrestling growing up? I was
Yo.
during the golden age, like Hulk Hogan.
Yo, that's what.
Randy Savage,
Yes,
blah, blah,
yes,
blah.
we need. All right, bro. We can
Now-
tell some stories, man. We can tell some stories.
Now the thing is that everybody in our community, like for esports
Ooh.
teams, they try to market a player's personality, but the dudes are wood, right? Like look at like Korean League of Legends. They don't have all these things like these people have personality, and they're boring human beings.
I think the intros for the League of Legends shit in Korea is the funniest fucking shit ever, dude. Like,
Yeah, but, like-
they look like they're going so hard. They're just like, I'm the toughest.
Yeah, but like for us though, we have a number of personalities that could do a number of things, right? Like we're highly engaging. We're regular people. None of us are just paid off our butts because of video games. He went mute. He's muted. He's muted. Oh, he's back.
Who?
IRM.
Hello.
Okay.
There he
Yeah.
is.
All right, we're good.
All right, so one of the things that we have is that there are a number of people who have like really good personality. Some are very bombastic, some aren't. But you know, people are relatively chill for the most part, and we could all engage one another and be, you know, just cool with each other. It's possible. We could all have fun, have our pop-offs, etc., etc. But we don't advertise the fact that we're having fun. And all of our personalities all come out while we're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
We don't advertise that part of our community. We'll talk about drama. We'll call people out when we think that they're doing something. We think they're a bitch or whatever,
I
et
mean,
cetera, et cetera.
shit, like, we always tell people, like, yo, y'all need to come out because that's where the fun is. It's literally a party. Like, I don't know how many times I've, like, told and gotten people from, like, I've gotten a couple of online warriors to come out and play, dude. Sane was an online warrior. I didn't get him to come out and play. But, like, he was one of the people who, like, made that jump after being, like, talked shit to. I think it's just sensitivity, man.
And well, that's the thing. Like,
I think it's
we need
sensitivity.
to not worry about like. We need to get to the point where we can, instead of like being like backbiting, and if you have a conversation, I'm gonna screenshot it because I want to make. If you do something, I'm gonna get you, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my god.
That stuff is weak, fam. I'm like, yo, cut down, like, get rid of that whole cutting down your fellow man thing, and let's get back on playing these games and having fun. and advertise to people that we are having fun.
We need to do more collaborations. I don't know what kind. Like, obviously, this is a good collaboration right here. But like, other than just podcasts, and I think what you all are doing with like the sanctioned like fights and shit is like amazing. So it's like that also like exposes like other players as well, and it like gets randoms to play against some of the top dudes too, because the top dudes want to play.
See, what IRM is saying here is that when we tweet out on Saturday at 12 or 12:30 Eastern that we're running the Arena Destiny, who wants to play, that people
That's
should
what
be
I
like,
heard.
we should be like, yo, let's play. And then we're not trying to pull motherfuckers in at the 0 hour. Like, y'all need to come out here and support this shit. I'm just saying, sign up on it, come check it out, whatever.
Like,
I know,
like,
now that
that
I
would
don't
be
have
pretty
the, now that I don't have what was preventing me from doing Arena of Destiny, I can wholeheartedly start doing Arena Destiny like every week.
And we're on Steam now. Like, we were told for how? Tell me, how long were we told?
Oh God, since October.
Since October, if we were to put on Steam, we'd be in. And we're on. We have Steam and PS4. We got both. We got no. And I swear to God, when you motherfuckers say Xbox, I'm gonna slap the. Nah, I'm just mad. But
No.
But,
You know what's even worse though?
Hmm?
In order for me to run Soul Calibur on my PC, my wife bought me a new monitor. I didn't have a graphics card to run those. I had to spend $400 on a brand new graphics card just to use the new monitors, just so I could play Soul Calibur. And all I want to do with the money I just threw down on these hella expensive items is, hey yo, want to play Soul Calibur? It'll be great. We get some exposure. If y'all look at this and y'all play some games and somebody's like, yo, I like that dude, he plays games well, how about we get on a sponsorship? Because all I'm saying is, IRM needs to fly somewhere for free, and all of y'all in the stream chat need to go to France just to go there and just like be ignorant with American flags.
Dude, I want to go.
We can't get there without the exposure.
I would wreck some people at the mix-up, dude. I would wreck people at the mix-up.
But like, you know what? The only way that happens is like,
personally, like, I think and I can wholeheartedly say, like, the only reason I feel like I'm not sponsored right now is because I didn't try hard enough. Like, outside of, like, obviously, if you place well, you'll get it, but you gotta, you just gotta produce. That's why I'm just gonna keep playing, just keep producing content, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, not us, like three. I mean, me and Tommy and I have talked about it a little bit, at least. I think me and Nitty brought it up specifically within the Soul Calibur competitive page back when this game was first released, in that there are a lot of Soul Calibur players who are exceptionally good at Soul Calibur and really bad at marketing themselves outside of a Facebook group or outside of a Discord.
It's hard. At least from what I've experienced, like over how long has Calibur been? Well, shit, I've been doing, I guess, since Daytona. Like just getting people to stay and like continually interact is like the hardest part.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, it's not always like when I say marketing themselves, I don't mean you always have to have like a character per se or like an online persona for those of you who maybe like lean that direction. I just mean like getting yourself out there. Like before Calibur 6 came out, I mean, I would like glance at people I knew in the community. Like I'm pretty sure Zeph, I know Zeph had a Twitter. I know he would like drop his stream link on there, but he only had a few hundred followers on that platform. Now he's got like somewhere in like the mid to high 1300s. Like Mick is one of the best players in the scene, barely on the platform. Like you would never know how to find Mick if you weren't like just at a tournament.
I actually had to get Mick to use his Twitter so he could find Maxi games.
Yeah,
I remember having a conversation with him about this. Like, yo, you on Twitter, man?
Like
it's hell no, I don't use that. I was like, bro, we're all on Twitter, man. He's like, oh shit, all right.
Yeah. Like, and I'm always say I'm not like the biggest fish in any of the ponds that I swim in, but I've been sponsored before by like in a team, so I can say at least from some level of experience that if you have a good marketability around you, you can get opportunities. Now you want to make sure that when you get them, that those opportunities are going to fit for you. But unless you're putting yourself out there to be found, you're ultimately making it harder on yourself to get those opportunities. And it's not always about being the best player. There are people that I know that are sponsored. I'm not throwing shade, but they're not the best player in their scene. But they're very marketable individuals because they have the personality, or because they put out the content. You know, sponsor doesn't mean, you know, just player sponsored. There's sponsored streamers, there's sponsored graphic artists, there's sponsored cosplayers. Like, there's all sorts of different fields you can go into, but they're all marketable individuals. You know, no one's going to care if you're top 10 on the leaderboards if they don't know how to find you on a social media platform.
Very true.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who are like that. Like, I've seen more sponsored players that market themselves well that are horrible at the game than sponsored players who are actually good. And the thing that kind of kills me with Caliber is that a lot of people will be pissed off somebody's sponsorship, or they'll be good and they just refuse to communicate with anything online. Like,
wait, who's mad at other people for being sponsored in the Caliber community? I thought I thought everyone was happy for that. Like, that's a huge deal for everyone. Like, that is like,
nah, it's like, because some people are like, man, I should have got that. Why they sponsored?
What? Who the fuck? Who's saying that?
I ain't gonna mention people who are like hating on folks like that.
Blow them up, because they deserve to be hated on for that shit.
Hell nah.
that's
I'm a grown man. I'll talk to them in person. I don't do that whole public shaming.
Hell yeah.
That's how you get your mentions like blowing up with you cool. Like, I thought we were like, nah, fam, I don't need none of that stress in my life.
Yeah, man.
All I'm gonna say is that if you don't put yourself out there, it's gonna be harder for you to get opportunities. I should, like, on a daily basis, when I log into Facebook or Twitter, I should be seeing like, yo, I'm going live, I'm streaming Caliber, hey, I be tagging these fools, like, I'm, you know, this, that, and the other. I don't see that. Like, even looking at Caliber, I can look at Caliber right damn now. Hold up, let me do it right. I gotta refresh the page. I see IRM streaming, I see 8-Way Run, and then I see 1, 2, 3, like 6 of the people I've in Kindu, I know him, but like, nah, man, I should be seeing like ads all the time. People streaming this, that, and the other. Looking for,
like, literally, if you've made top 8, you should be streaming.
Yeah. Or putting out like, YouTube content. Like, either one. Like, do something to put your name out there. Because I keep telling people, like, yo, there are a lot of really good Caliber players, but unless you were in Soul Calibur competitive page, and that's not all that competitive. That's nothing, you know. But unless you're in that page, you wouldn't know who these people are. Or if you're on 8-Way Run and there's really, you know, just stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, just put yourself out there. Advertise yourself if you want opportunities. Or don't be mad if somebody else who is advertising themselves, who you beat like 10-0 in a set, is getting sponsored and you're sitting on your couch like, man, why ain't I sponsored?
Like, on the real, like I personally would love to be sponsored, but I realize that I don't have the time to do it anymore like I used to. And so I'm like, if somebody wants to, like, you know, bless the kid, I ain't mad at it. But I'm not mad that I'm not sponsored. I know why I'm not sponsored. Like, it's no surprise. I don't have a regular stream schedule of like Monday through Friday, this time, this place. You can catch me consistently streaming.
Like, that's something else that I definitely need to work on. Like, this pink notebook is literally just like my game plan of, like, just for Caliber stuff. And just every time I have a Caliber idea or anything, I just write it in this notebook and then try to, like, materialize it. And that's kind of really hard to do sometimes. Like, I've been wholeheartedly, get this right. So about like a month ago, I was like, I dropped this X video. I'm like, all right, this anti-X video, bam. Next video, anti-Yoshimitsu, because Yoshimitsu's been fucking me up, right? Still haven't done it. It's been a month. I've been to 2 tournaments, and guess who I got fucked up by? It's the last 2 tournaments. Yeah. Yes. See, if I would have did my homework by making my content, I wouldn't have lost to Geo, and maybe I would have, like, beaten Boom.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have lost.
Well, and that was like,
he beat my ass, man. God damn it.
Like, well, that's the thing. Like, what
I wasn't prepared.
Like, what we're talking about is, like, we're looking at a like.
Not gonna lie, I'm too scared to apply to a team. I don't think I'm there yet.
But what Rag said and what we're talking about right now applies to the level that with Markman being like, with a bunch of people who he has to convince to spend money, We can't even convince the Soul Calibur people to stream their locals.
Dude, oh my god, you know what? Yes, you're right. That is
and so deal. It's not that people aren't doing anything, because when I said they gave us a response and they're being nice, is because that is quite possibly the nicest you're going to get from a corporation that says we want to invest in you, but you haven't proven to us that we are worth investing in because you won't invest in yourself.
And I mean, somebody, Shanks, who has been very active in the chat, so thank you, Shanks. He says, you can't get sponsored just by winning a lot. Now, I will say that this is just on my experience, being in MKX and Justice 2, soon to be MK11.
We actually, you know what? We do stream our locals, actually.
Not countrywide.
Yeah.
I'm talking like let's look at America as a whole. When was the last time you saw a Houston local streamed? Okay, Colorado locals. Do you look at those? Are you looking at Dallas-Fort Worth locals?
Oh, actually,
Florida
you know
locals?
what? The reason why our stream is down in Virginia Beach, where we're at, is because literally we just got a whole bunch of new equipment, and they're just like remodeling our remodeling like the entire like section for games. It's pretty sick. So with that excuse, the point is that if you want a corporation to invest in you, you have to start making those moves to invest in yourself, because it will be like WCG, where it was held aloft by corporations, because do you know who Black Mamba is? Yeah.
Mamba was able to make goo gobs of money back when WCG was still a thing, but DOA, the community, wasn't supporting it. The only people who were supporting it were like major corps, and once the community stopped supporting it, everybody got dropped. Like, I remember reading an article in Forbes where they followed Master, and Master, as soon as they dropped DOA from WCG, Master was back to working at Sam's Club, and a lot of people spent like a lot of their time doing just video games, and they didn't really have life skills, so it took a while for them to get their life on track. Now, I only bring this up because you can want to live off the influx of corporate money, but a lot of them had to learn how to start promoting themselves once the bottom fell out of corporate money. And so what major corporations are doing now is they're going to communities that are hungry, that will blow up all streams with their game, and then give that corporation a whole bunch of exposure.
Okay.
Like folks who play like French bread games about to get a whole lot of money running in their community, because they like French bread game, like for Unist, they played themselves into Evo, and now folks gonna start getting picked up.
Yeah.
So that being like on that note, with the people who, like, the question was, do you have to like win all the time to be sponsored? No, clearly not, because there are people who don't win anything that are sponsored, and they have good sponsors. A close friend of mine in the NRS scene has never won a regional or major, but he's sponsored with a salary every month, like a decent salary too.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily about whether you're winning, it's about how marketable you are. Now, of course, winning is good, but I have another, I wouldn't really call him a friend, not that I'm throwing shade, but like just somebody I'm acquainted with in the scene. He is a top 5, top 10 NRS player, but I love him. He's got no personality in person. In fact, I was with dinner with him once, and I forgot he was there. He's a complete wallflower. That's nothing bad with that. Nothing wrong with that. But he's sponsored. But the sponsorship he has is not as good as a friend of mine who is more out there and more personable. So it's a matter of if you're good, that's a plus. If you're winning, that's a big plus. But if you don't have a personality, if you don't put yourself out there, if you're not marketing yourself, then that's really more of a detriment to yourself.
You're really failing there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, think of it like a few years back, I remember people giving the argument for like presidents running, right? Like, who would you want to have a beer with?
Why is that even on the ballot? Why is that?
Well, because like people's personalities can draw frequency.
Yeah. I was just like...
And I remember seeing like years ago, folks were like, like I remember when I was growing up and I was looking at politics, it was like, who would you want to have a beer with? And that would be like a question for a candidate, for people who are looking at them, right? And so people would end up casting their votes for a high office just based upon that dude seems chill. I'd crack a brewski with him. And being marketable lets people show your personality, know that they want to be around you, that you're a cool person.
Mm-hmm.
And so the main thing that I'm saying is that if you're going to be marketable, be you. Like you're out, like say for you, like you're an outgoing dude, you love having fun, you listen to all types of music, you rock out on your stream. If there are more people who are like that, then there are more people who are attracted to the game and the personalities. They want to be around those people. They want to have fun with them.
I would have a beer with Obama too, Reptile. I'm sorry to derail you. The chat is just lit. What's going on, Reptile?
Let's say, for example, that let's kind of a loose example here. Let's say if you had the choice, if you're a company, a sponsorship, and you have room for one player on your roster, hotel, flight, registration, whatever. Are you going to pick the guy who maybe top 3 is at every tournament, but doesn't stream, doesn't put out a YouTube, is kind of active on Twitter, but it's more so he's just there on Twitter? Or, for example, would you go for like a John Nitty, who maybe doesn't place top 3 at every tournament?
He was sponsored too. That is a good example.
Nitty was.
That was a good
he
example.
was. But everybody not everybody, like everyone knows who Nitty is across multiple scenes.
The hot dog brand is strong.
Who do you think your company is going to get more eyes on? The guy who places but doesn't do anything content-wise, putting himself out-wise? The guy who maybe gets like a top 16, a couple top 8s here and there, but everybody knows him? I'm personally going to put my money on the hot dog, but, you know...
So much so that that's become a meme now that I think.
Yeah. And he has more than one costume. I didn't know that for
Yeah, I thought he had the one costume this entire time.
But that's effective branding, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what the Soul Calibur community needs to work on, all this can kind of be remedied by a few things. One, if you're going to stream this game, stream frequently and then stream consistently. Let folks know when you're doing it. Like when Eris started off, Eris would like stream because he had a whole bunch of issues and then finally started streaming. Once he started streaming at a consistent time, streamed frequently, and was able to grow his audience because they knew that they could tune in and catch Eris. But a lot of people who stream, they mess up early because they don't stream frequently. They don't have a schedule. They don't. Their audience engagement is really low, et cetera, et cetera. And we're over here worried about Namco not like putting money in. And I'm like, I don't think that it's on Namco as it is. We could be doing things so big ourselves that they show up at the end and then add the icing to the cake.
Yeah.
But corporate money is the icing to the cake. But we have to make the cake first.
Yeah.
Right. Like and again, devil's advocate here, outside looking in. If I'm Namco, like I'm sitting in a boardroom full of people and they're saying, all right, the topic of esports is coming up. We're getting a lot of pushback from players online who want us to support a world tour for Soul Calibur like we are Tekken. The first thing I'm doing is looking on Twitch for viewership numbers, number of people. I'm looking at like popular YouTube channels. I'm looking at players, like who's actually putting out like enough content to draw in enough viewers to offset the possible expense. Because my whole point is I want more eyes on my product.
Yes.
So if I don't see anybody doing anything, it's like, well, why would I put money in Calibur when I can go put money in Tekken, which is drawing, views or player entrance or player activity, so on and so forth. Not that it's completely the community's fault. It goes back and forth. The community in and of itself isn't going to want to put in the effort if they don't think the developer is going to put in their effort. So it's kind of like
it's a catch-22.
And I told this to Tommy. It's the who's at the club mentality. Like, yo, man, let's go to the club. And your response is, well, who's going to be there? Like, motherfucker, I didn't ask you that. I said, let's go to the club.
Let's go to the club.
Yeah, both. It's like a stalemate on both sides. So,
and the reason why, sorry, continue.
No, so it's like
I don't
the
even
players
think our
have
community is broken, marginal. It's like, yeah, we don't have to fix it. We just have to do shit. We're not even broken because we haven't even started.
Yeah, because like that's the problem. We haven't like
dude,
the reason why.
And then like, sorry to cut you off, but I've been wanting to make this point. It's like, think about it like how like, all right, so Eunice got announced at Evo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's playing it, right? Why is Soul Calibur the only game that's on the Evo roster that hasn't had that surgence?
Because
Samurai Showdown isn't even out yet. So,
honestly, like,
like, bro,
I say this with anger in my heart.
It is stupid,
but
dude.
because
like,
I'd say because we're stupid in this one regard. A lot of our members are not used to having to build something up.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm definitely
because
definitely new to this.
Because I've spent years doing stuff like behind the scenes, trying to make sure that things get done, even in my local community, to help out and make sure we have some venues, make sure we can get a tournament, randomly convince folks to give us pot bonuses, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got older and I can't be as active as I want to be. And then everybody's like, well, how come people aren't showing up? I'm like, because you all reasoned yourself to not show up.
Yeah,
and then no one shows up. And then you're like, man, I knew no one's going to show up. And then we'll have the argument to convince other people to not show up. Then the game dies. And then they blame someone else like they weren't the people involved in helping tear it down.
I'm glad you kind of brought that up a little bit, because I said earlier that it's a catch-22 between the developer and the community. I think in addition to that, and I could be flip-flopping a little bit here, so I apologize if that's how it comes across, but it could very well be an instance of this era, if you want to call it that, is completely new to the Soul Calibur community. They never had this before. Like we had a world tour for MKX, or at least we had big pot bonuses at the other. Injustice had 2 World Series. Tekken it's on its like 3rd world tour. This is the first time in memory served that there's been that Soul Calibur's been in this era where all these games, there's been a KI world tour, there's a Arc Systems world tour, there's an NRS world tour. So it's like they're in this situation where they've never had this before, so they don't really know how to get it per se, and they think because it's not being offered up front that they're being, I don't know, jaded somehow about it.
Slighted to some degree. And that's the thing, like it irks me, because for all the years beforehand, before Calibur, like I feel like I'm this weird historian who was like mediocre, but I was able to live through the war. Like I was the lucky one. I was able to make it through like the onslaught of all the bad Calibur. And now that I'm here, I'm like, so what happened? How did we get through this last dry spell? The last dry spell we had, we ended up saying the company ain't gonna do nothing. That ain't gonna stop our flow. Let's make this happen.
Yeah.
And where we are right now is we're in a prime opportunity to make stuff happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I see you with that poster. Like we're in a prime opportunity to make stuff happen, and we don't need to ask anyone else to do it, because if we come in and make things happen, people will follow our lead as individual players. Yeah. But if we wait for them to make the lead, then it's just going to be do what the company said.
Yeah, like I think before this era came about, I remember Soul Calibur, at least Soul Calibur 5, and IRM can maybe relate to this because he was like me. He came up in the Soul Calibur 5 era. The only time we ever really saw a pot bonus for our game was at like Big E events, when he'd come into like the Facebook groups and say, hey, I'll give a pot bonus if Soul Calibur can hit this many entrants.
And with that being said, like most of the pot bonuses were, some were Big E, but most of those were members of our community, just like players.
Yeah. But like, that's the thing, like
doing that.
There people would have no problem doing it, but it's the snowball of positive regard going towards things, right? Like if you're like, we're not there yet, but we can make it, like Smash, right? Nintendo said we ain't supporting Melee, and so they were like, okay, and then they did their own thing and made things so huge Nintendo had a problem with it until they got jack-slapped and forced to support their own thing.
Yeah. And
they felt jilted about it, because like when MLG was running during Tekken 6 in MLG, Smash was the biggest tournament in MLG, but Nintendo refused to allow it to be streamed. And so they were like, we don't care, nerds. And they would constantly blow up events till the Smash community had to be respected.
Yeah.
And we're in a similar position where only difference is that it's easier. We have a corporation that's waiting for us to put in work. And as soon as we start putting in work, they're going to come along. But we don't promote our streams. We don't stream frequently.
Definitely don't promote it hard enough. I think there's another thing, like, another thing that's hard is, like, knowing how to, like, because I've been doing a lot of research on, like, how to, like, promote and stuff over the past couple months. And it's, like, you really have to be really on it, like, all the time. Like, if you really want it to, like, work. Like, and it recently, like, clicked with me, like, over the past, like, couple of months, like, 2 or 3 months or so, like, that in order for me to want to do this, I, like, had to, like, make some serious changes.
Like,
and,
you
like,
have to go out promoting your game like you're slanging a mixtape.
Yeah, exactly. I know that hustle. Everyone, go follow my band on Facebook. Hold on, I'm gonna link it.
Like, you gotta, like, folks out here when Soul Calibur 6 dropped, and we're like, well, I did good, I should get sponsored immediately. Like,
that's
like
what I wholeheartedly I was like, yo, man, I did pretty good. Hopefully I get sponsored. And then I didn't get top 8 at that first tournament. I was like, well, there goes that plan.
like a lot of folks was like that. Like, that's why you see, like, in the competitive group, folks brag about every single win they get.
Oh my god!
To, like I beat you one time. I'm the greatest. S my D. And you're just like, yeah, you won one time. Thanks. We're all learning the game.
Yeah.
And the problem is that we, like, that type of hustle is good, but you gotta have positive community engagement.
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing my best out here to not start beef. And let's get some beef squashed if we can. Because if we're over here saying, I want everybody in the community to get this bread, like, I want Fruits Baskets fan 1985 to get sponsored.
Yo, Fruits Basket is legit.
So I want everybody to do well, but we can't have that if we're spending, like, all of our time, like, with random Twitter drama for no reason. And the thing is, it's only Twitter drama. Folks don't act like that in front of each other, which I don't understand. Like,
then there's that, and the question was asked in stream. I'm not trying to hijack your talking point or anything.
Go ahead.
Somebody asked in stream, do we need a Soul Calibur 6 World Tour? And you guys might have a different answer to this, but I'm going to go ahead and say no. We don't.
No.
We don't need it. It's a luxury. Now, what I will say is that it's not necessarily that we need a world tour. It's the perception from those who don't have one, looking out at a community of fighting games that do have one and wondering why they don't have one, that is going to ultimately be the issue. Because if you think about it, if you're in the Soul Calibur community, right, and you look out at the Arc Systems World Tour and the Tekken World Tour, especially the Tekken World Tour, because it's coming from the same developer that made your game, and you're wondering why you don't have one, that's where the negativity is coming from.
Honestly, dude, like, I think, or at least for me in this instance, like, it's not so much that we don't have a world tour, it's the fact that Namco seems so against, like, even doing jack shit at all, bro.
Yeah.
Like, they like, it's like they don't care. And, like, it's like, and people will sit here and be like, oh, you know, they're patching the game. They're obligated to do that because they should want their game to be good. They should want their shit to be decent. They should want it to be, like, worth something.
True, but
so
I'm
not for, like, you know, like, fucking circle jerking the development team when they're, for one, they're not even really doing that great of a job, and then two, you know, they don't even seem like they care for real.
Well, I'll counter that point. That's the first point. I think is a little subjective, and you could feel that way, and that's fine. I'm not disputing the way you feel about it. But when it comes to, like, the development team, like, I'm happy that we have a guy like Akubo who we don't know of course, behind the scenes, what he's dealing with trying to keep this game afloat and doing that. I'm happy that like people can ask him things and he'll actually respond on Twitter with what I could believe is mostly a truthful answer of what they're working on. Because I've been in some communities where you could ask the developer something on Twitter and it's always it's you get nothing. You get nothing until they announce something, and then it might not be what you were like asking about in general. So I'm happy for that. Now, as far as how the good job they're doing on everything else, then that's, you know, individual. You know.
Yeah, that's individual taste.
I mean, I get that.
Like I get the issues that they're having, but like what I'm seeing is like, Caliber for Namco is usually like a test ground for them to test new strategies, right? Yeah. Like it used to not be that way, where that used to be how Tekken was, and Caliber was like the big money maker. But now Caliber is like, all right, then we're trying this new thing. Like previously, Caliber used to be developed completely in-house. They outsourced some of it, which was like terrifying for a Japanese company. They ended up bringing in a Twitter team and actually have the developer on there to field some questions. They're actually putting out patch notes. Yeah. Like it's like they're improving, and what I am a fan of doing is goading them to keep it going in that positive direction. It's not going to be perfect. I know that. But it's a matter of like positive reinforcement. If like I remember we had like when they patched Aswell, the last major one, there are folks on Twitter. It was like, you effed up and you ruined the game, I'll never play it, you're a horrible developer. And across cultural lines, they're like, well, maybe we shouldn't engage with social media because everything we get is backlash, because backlash stands out. Constructive criticism works, but also depends on how you word it. And that's also a matter of perception and how people have Twitter marketability. Like I've gotten like Akubo to respond to random tweets, or even like retweet out like Arena Destiny is happening, just because I've been nice to the dude on Twitter. It's not that it's going to be perfect, but at least there's like a human behind the keyboard, and we know that they're at least they're interested in stuff.
He's retweeted your event.
Yeah, random.
I'm glad that he retweets you for that shit, because I've yet to get him to retweet it when I do it. I don't know if you don't like me or what. Maybe I'm bugging it too much.
It happened once. I was like, oh snap.
Akubo will never retweet me.
Nothing would make me happier than to see like Akubo like plugging our event on Twitter, or like giving us something to like give away if we can get to that point. Like, hey man, here's some free, I don't know, season pass. Whatever they want to do. I don't give a shit. He can give away like a T-shirt he wore last week. Just some.
But I mean, it's possible. But like, I think the other thing that we kind of struggle with right now is that Caliber has an inflated ego in one area for our community that we need to actually, you know, be honest with.
Yeah, the online community.
We're not Tekken. We're not Tekken. We are closer to the Eunice community in terms of how we're going down in terms of our importance. And unless we, like, Eunice didn't get a world tour. They played their game till it got popular. And Eunice got hella broke stuff. But people liked the game, they had fun, and they said, hey, I like this game, I'm having fun, want to join in? Hell yeah. And then people have fun together.
Yeah,
with Soul Calibur, we started off with, yo, where's my world tour at?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone say anything negative about Uniest. Like anything like honestly negative. Like I've seen people like, oh, but like nothing like everyone I've seen play that game likes the game. They may not like play it competitively, but they all have it's a generally positive feedback about the game itself.
Yeah, but once that negative feedback loop gets to going about a game, it creates a death spiral that's hard to break. And I'm like, yeah, we have issues. Yes, we can put out like our criticism is one thing, but if we get to the point where we're just nagging and we're not doing any promotion for our game, then get mad when nobody does anything to make us get bigger, we're not helping ourselves. And so what I think we could use is, in general, some focusing, where everybody can do their own thing and help bring some light to stuff. Like we have some young blood. Alibaba is here. He played Overwatch. He's played a whole bunch of other games. And he's picking up Soul Calibur now, and he's learning Yoshi. And he's documenting a lot of his major sets he's playing against like the local higher tier players, and then showing his improvement week by week. And he's having long form conversations like we're having now during those sets. Yeah. And that type of stuff is like, yo, watch this young kid become the anime hero.
It's so interesting that you say that, because like that's literally something that I was discussing with Blue Boy about doing on just like not just our own like gameplays, but other people's gameplays as well. Like I know like I've been looking at Maxi players shit for a long time. Like I haven't been really giving advice for a while, but like I know back in the beginning of the game that was something I enjoyed doing. They could definitely turn that into like a series or something.
Yeah, and it's very low effort that we can put into things.
Oh man, and it's so easy. It's so easy now, especially with it being on PC.
Yeah, you just hit the stream now button.
They have it. They even have it built into goddamn Steam.
Yeah, but the problem is that with like look at our player base. At any point, like, I think we have like a couple of thousand people who are playing concurrently on Steam, and we're not like probably 1% or less of those people are streaming.
Yeah.
It's funny because you look at a lot of those Steam IDs are their Twitch links, and you never see
they're not live.
Yeah, dude. It was like at the beginning, everyone was like, "Yo, twitch.tv/this," and then they kind of just like died off.
And so, like, that's kind of where, like, with Markman's statement, it makes a lot of sense because, like I picked up Guilty Gear.
How to make the game more enjoyable to the audience. That's a good one.
Yeah, well, I picked up Guilty Gear because I'm a combo video fiend. If I see a combo video that's like just shit, I'm like, well, looks like I'm playing this character.
Yeah.
And I know, like, it was a dude named Mad Tea Party. He put out a combo video that was all hard to blockables by Chip Zanov. And Chip's low tier, but the presentation was good. I will look at it and say, I got to do that one day. I remember seeing like the Evolution 2002 trailer for the tournament. And the trailer was like a dang near a combo video. And it got a lot of people hyped for the things that we do. And that drew out people just by watching the trailer saying, yo, these dudes is good. I never seen that before. I got to see that in person. And I'm going to beat them because I think I'm good at the game. People can do that by get inspired by having more content to see.
And excuse me.
The Steam forums are full of scrubs and crybabies. I haven't even looked at the Steam forums yet.
Oh, it's a cluster.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at those.
I would want to go in there just to, help out. Try to help.
I went in there and put a positive review just to offset.
Blindness FGC. I'm normally an NRS player. I've never felt so shit on a console player. LOL. Almost all top players hate on the console players. That, sir, is because NRS has a history of crappy Steam releases. If you remember, midway through Mortal Kombat X, the PC never got the first stream or the first update after the XL patch. So they were forced to play on an outdated version of the game for months before they finally dropped it. And Injustice wasn't much better. Yeah, exactly. They were playing with broke characters that had been patched months prior. So Soul Calibur, at least for us as NRS players, is the complete opposite. Whereas Steam, while not perfect, is leaps and bounds better online and with input delay than a console.
I will be right back. I have to use the restroom. Sure. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
All right, be right back.
But as you're saying, like I agree with you. Like I enjoy the Steam version, but I'm kind of at this point now where I don't feel like telling people not to buy a specific version because, some folks got crappy computers and people can't get it. So I'm like, get the game where you can, practice where you can, and just enjoy the game. I don't want to turn anybody off from buying a game on a platform they have it on.
Yeah, because
it's like it feels like that the Steam is better than console conversation can easily devolve into the similar who's at the club type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna come down to either way, no matter what console you buy it on, when you go to an offline tournament, it's gonna be played on PS4. Like that's just how the game is right now with tournaments. So buy it on whatever console you want. There's good players on every console. There may be more players on one console than the other. I would assume there are far less players on Steam overall than PS4 or Xbox.
Actually, no, it's the other way around. Steam has the most players.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. So, but either way, you can find good players on any of the consoles, but there are advantages to a degree for one over the other, per se. But ultimately, you have to know that when you go offline, everything's going to be on PS4. So take from that what you will, I guess.
Yeah, what I'd recommend, like, if you can, pick it up on every platform you can and just enjoy the game, because you can always find people to play. Like, I believe, what is her name? Amy Lionheart.
She just bought it on PS4.
Yeah, and she originally had it on Xbox, and that lady is quite solid. And so, just play, enjoy it. But what we need to do, if we want to make Soul Calibur better as a community, we need to, one, show us having fun. Two, get out and play each other as much as possible. And then three, cut down the BS. Quit being petty.
Yeah, I mean, like I have the game on PS4 and Steam because I just bought both. I'll never deny somebody games on one platform over the other. I'd prefer to play on Steam. But if you're a PS4 player and you go, hey man, can we play some games on PS4? I'm not going to be like, ugh, PS4. I mean, I might in my head do that, but out loud I'm like, yeah, we'll play on PS4. Unless I start losing, then I'm like, yo man, let's play on Steam.
Yeah, like the net code is better on PC. That is completely true though. Like, because I tried playing against some local SoulCal players on PS4 and played on Steam, and it was a lot better. But yeah, I'd still recommend, like, just get the game where you can and play it. What we can start doing though, the one thing I really want to do, instead of just complaining about people aren't putting out content, here's my proposal. In Tekken Tag 2, they haven't done it for Tekken 7. There was the combined community combo video. They got everybody who could record would come together and submit as many combos as they could in the lab, right?
Yeah.
And then we get it edited together. It could come out in multiple parts, and then people could just release tech nonstop as this huge, like, sit down, dear casual people, look at this. This is dope.
Yeah.
And inspire some people.
I also think that, and I'm not throwing shade on people, that's not my intent, that if you're going to like stream, then you need to have, and I even made a comment about this a couple of years ago, you have to have a certain level of quality in what you're doing. Like if you're just doing a straight PS4 stream, that's fine. Do what suits your wallet, right? I'm not a man to spend what he doesn't got, but you have to like try to be entertaining or put out good quality gameplay or have like a lit stream.
What's the
combination? I was saying that they're like, if you're gonna stream or if you're gonna put out YouTube content, then take a certain level of pride in what you're doing to make it of quality. Because I have seen people, not necessarily in Soul Calibur community, but I'm sure it applies, who are maybe not good at the game, who also don't put a lot of effort into their stream and don't use a very big budget. So they have three negatives. So the content they put out isn't really great. So if you have a limited budget, that's fine. Try to work on being entertaining. If you can't do one or the other, then try to be really good. You know, just find something that's a positive and sell yourself on it. Because having all the quality in the world isn't going to matter if it's not actually good content.
Yeah, you gotta have something to sell.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can get shit pretty cheap, man. Like just this week, like I got like the white lights or whatever. Like I'm using them now in here, for the stream for my camera and stuff. And it's like, it was only $50. It was literally only $50, and I got a desk tripod, two full-size tripods, and like two of the reflector lights, and it came with 3 light bulbs. But I already had another reflector light because I had bought the reflector umbrella thing because I already bought one randomly, and I was like stuck that, like, I literally like duct taped that to this fucking lamp here. I took all the duct tape off of it, but I duct taped it to the lamp, and I was using that behind the camera to light up the fucking light up the stream. So it's like you just gotta like go hard, dude. It's like, and it's really cheap. It's actually cheap.
Yeah,
Cheaper
I mean, like,
think.
I know like graphic artists who are selling overlays for like 15 to 20 bucks. And I know that times can be hard for some guys out there, but if you can afford a $6 and pay for your PSN or Xbox by the month, or by the year, however, you can drop 20 on like a decent overlay. It doesn't have to be like an animated one, but it's like a decent overlay. Or just try to be entertaining. Like there's a guy I know, I mean, I don't know him personally, but I see him stream MK every so often. He has like an avatar that moves and talks with him.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
it's like a dog head or something. Like it's a furry avatar, and like its mouth is set to move when he talks into the microphone. I would know him if I saw him like in a lineup as far as his name.
That's sick.
But I watched him play, and he's just like a casual player. But he has a good appeal to the audience because he's entertaining. So it's like, there you go.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely hard.
And for those of you who want to be commentators, I mean, that's obviously an admirable path to go down. I mean, when you go to like an offline event, and I'm just speaking from my personal experience, I did commentary at my regional here in Indiana. I did top 8 for KIT for the NRS games with a couple people. If you want to have a chance at doing commentary on like a bigger platform, you have to have some level of experience doing it on a smaller platform, so that when they ask, yo, what have you done? You don't just look at them and be like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's where Tommy's thing, you know, if your locals do tournaments, see if you can, you know, hop in and do commentary for your locals, you know, do the pools.
Yeah, like that's what I thought was really interesting. You said it was KIT, right? It was KIT?
Yeah.
And they were like, yo, man, we got this open here, yo. Send your fucking commentary reel. And I was like, hell yeah, that's legit, dude.
Yeah,
yeah,
like that picture you pulled of me on the thing you got here is me doing MKX top 16 at KIT. That picture you have there.
Snap. Hold on. Now I gotta make it bigger so everyone can see. It says KIT too.
Yeah, that was me doing it with Katana Prime. I think it was MKX or Injustice too. We were doing that might have been Injustice, but I did MKX and Injustice.
Oh, Malaysia is having an SC6 major.
And I know, like for Combo Breaker, which is obviously a bigger premier event, they were asking for commentary reels. So you know, if you do a couple of locals, do your regionals, some tournaments are easy for you to get to. You know, that's all. If you get on stream with commentary, you know, I have never met a TO in my life that when I said, hey, can I grab my match from your archives and upload it but give you credit, they have never told me no. Especially if you're using it for commentary reel purposes. Just ask them, hey, can I use this for my commentary reel? They'll almost always say yes. You know, just go in there, get something to edit it with. Movie Maker, worst case scenario, you can go download that online at some point.
Dude, literally, like the way that I make my videos is so unorthodox and so extra, but it works, man. You just gotta find what works.
Yeah. Also, with commentary, look to improve your craft, because like I've seen like the majority of commentators in fighting games are bad. Either like they don't know the game. A number of people don't even play like for Soul Calibur 6. Like we have a lot of commentators who don't play the game, and so like you'll watch commentary and they'll have no useful input other than oh they doing the thing, and then they'll like say a meme, but none of them have any actual input.
Who would you say that our best commentators are?
I would say KP, definitely one up there.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about Caliber community, like born and raised.
Well,
people.
I mean, I count Katana Prime.
Yeah, I count Katana Prime. I like Boom's commentary. I know not everyone is going to agree with me, but I actually don't mind Biblis's commentary. Here come the boos. I can see it now. Here come the fucking boos in the chat.
I have Bib's commentary. has gotten a lot better over the years. The brunt of what you see now, the distaste for Bibulous commentary, is after years of him just like, you know, actively shitting on players. Like I can pull up after this like couple like 5 or so matches that I had that were really big matches to me that like I can't even go and watch because he commentated over it and he fucking ruined it. Like I know like there's a match that I had versus it was a match versus Hawkeye.
Yeah.
This match is huge to me, man. Like I'd never beaten this dude. And like him and fucking Sandman are just like bashing me on the mic the whole fucking time.
Damn.
I'm like, are you serious? Like if you go back and watch that shit, it's like the most asinine shit ever, bro. And then like if you go back further than that, it's like at the NECs and all that stuff, it was like pretty bad. Oh my god.
Fuko, yeah, I've seen Twitch chat when Bibbs comes on the microphone. That's why I said, "Here come the booze." I mean, I've had very limited exposure to Omega on commentary.
Ooh,
I like
so
Omega as a player and as just a friend of mine. I haven't heard from Jobin on the mic either, and that was weird because I was at NEC and I was at Exit Wounds, and I'm pretty sure he did microphone work at Exit Wounds, but I was so busy, you know, drinking Arizona iced teas and playing, I didn't really tune into the stream too much. But I mean, we have some decent players or decent commentators in this scene. I think we need more.
I would say number one, me, because I'm selfish.
I mean, there's a reason why I picked Tommy to do Arena of Destiny with me every week.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to call out specific people on what I think of their commentary.
Yeah, that'll be a bomb in and of itself.
Oh yeah, like I've had some strong opinions. Like watching some commentary, I'm just like, we've gone 7 matches and no one has said anything of no analysis. Nobody knows the matchup. Like I've seen enough tournaments where nobody knows what Taki does as a character. like
really, right now, I think in it'll get better over time because nobody really knows what the fuck is going on yet.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, even if you don't know what's going on, there's a way to at least provide some analysis or have an idea of what the characters do by now.
Or the players.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that.
Like one thing I'll give KP credit for. I'm gonna give him credit for a lot of things. He is not like what you would consider like a born and bred Soul Calibur player. But what KP is, he is a stream monster. And he lurks in a lot of streams. He won't say anything, but if you look at your chat, you might find him in there. He is always watching to see what the hotness is for players and matchups, and he will bring that when he does commentary.
Yeah, you gotta
what he does really well.
He's working it.
Yeah. What he does really well, though, is if he's out of his element in the game, he asks questions that somebody who doesn't know the game would be interested in getting an answer to.
Mm-hmm.
So, like with him being with him not playing Calibur, he'll ask questions that will make somebody who doesn't play Calibur like, I had that same question.
Yeah.
And when you getting that knowledge, retaining it is really good. Like it seems that like for experienced commentators, if they don't know the game, they'll have somebody on who can take through that journey. It's kind of like his commentary when he doesn't know the game is similar to Joe Rogan, right? Where Joe Rogan is like, I'm here to take you on the journey that I'm going through to learn the game, and then makes it entertaining with him having fun while commentating.
That's one of the reasons why I picked Tommy for Identity, because I've been back in the. I mean, came up in the scene, but coming back into Calibur, I forgot a lot more than I know now. So I was like, okay, well, I know Tommy. He's in SoCal. He knows the players. He knows the game. He knows more than I do. I know how to analyze what's going on the screen, but if I bring him in, I can like start to pick things back up. So
yeah, dude.
You're one of my votes. I guess someone said Oofmatic is saying Human Typhoon.
Well, yeah, he's saying that because Human Typhoon's commentary is hilarious.
Like I have not seen Human Typhoon commentate.
I haven't seen Human Typhoon, period.
Oh man, okay, my only experience with Human Typhoon like in person was at my first NEC, right? I went to NEC and he'd watch me play. Like I noticed him watching me play during the tournament when I played JJJ.
Yeah.
And so after the first day's over, whatever, the day's over, he comes up to me. He's like, "Hey man, you want to play some casuals?" And I'm just like, green nosed IRM. Hell yeah, I want to play some casuals. Sit down next to this Mitsurugi player, and I'm playing him. And I am getting fucking bodied by this dude, man. Like, straight up. Human Typhoon is like, I could not touch this dude. And it was like that for years, bro. Like, no, low key. Every time I play Human Typhoon, even if it was online, he beat the shit out of me. Like, for no reason.
I want to give him credit because even though I've never met him, his player tag alone is pretty godlike. Like Human Typhoon, like word son, like that's how it is.
Yeah, I met him years ago.
The stamped.
But my first interaction with Human Typhoon wasn't really that positive. And the second time I met him at an Evo, and I got sweet revenge. So, like, the first time I met him was when I was at school in Alabama, and he played X, and he went to like my whole crew and told us we all sucked, and we're like, well, we never met you before, but whatever. And he ended up like beating us with X, and we were like, all right then, well, we got to learn X. And he was kind of a jerk back then, so then I saw him at Evo and Soul Calibur 4. Yeah. I think I got the majority of my Evo trip paid for due to money matches.
How about the name Paul Blart Mallcop?
You know who's actually really good at commentary is Linkors and Party Wolf. They're both really good at commentary.
You know, I haven't heard Linkors' commentary, but
if you go back to some Soul Calibur 5 stuff, he has pretty decent commentary. Like, he kind of like stutters a little bit, but like the information he puts out is like, you know, he's a smart kid, so he knows what the fuck's going on. So he's giving you gold every time he's opening his mouth.
Yeah, one of Eris's main tips that he said, and I agree with him because I remember I was talking to him about a bunch of other stuff, and like
I still quote a quote from him that he said during his match versus Jim versus Zeth. Oh my god, the spicy meatball fucking line. I still say that shit that way. Like, I still to this day I'm like, ooh, spicy meatball. I was like, yo, this guy's a god.
Well,
for Red October, man. I was like,
the tip for good commentary is you're pretty much sitting down having fun with your friends.
Mm-hmm.
That's good commentary. If I've seen like people do like commentary acting or like Twitch acting where like, you know, they're not that outgoing. And they don't have fun with their friends like that. But if you're on the mic, you're inviting the stream to sit down and have a good time with you, having a good time with a random person talking about the game you like.
Yeah.
And like good commentary teams came from that. Like Tasty Steve and Sajam was like that. Well, pretty much Steve and everybody was a good commentary team because Steve was having a blast on the mic, like, yo, video games, Tekken, etc., blah 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 blah, and that dude's just having a good old time. And that type of energy makes for good commentary, regardless of who's playing.
I think what we need right now is we need multiple things. Honestly, we need more. Dude, okay, so like, seriously, if anyone's out there listening, bro, and you play whatever character, literally, you can go and make a name for yourself on that character right the fuck now, regardless of who's the best player at a tournament or whoever's the best streamer right now. Like, literally, you can just be bumfucker 254 Yoshimitsu fan, right? Today. That's who you can be today.
Yo, 254 made it legit. I felt that.
That's who you could be today, right? And you can sit in your room and bust out a punishment video, and then the next week, they'll be knowing you as, like, the best X, or the best Zas, or the best whatever. Because you're the only one putting out the content, and they're only going to come to you.
And next thing you know, you have Bumfucker versus Grandma's Pop-Tart in top 8.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
They're
God!
Best players, dude. Best players.
The Clash of the Titans! BF versus GPT. Like, dude, like, but... Like, though, like, we all have our areas where, you know, we gotta nerf ourselves on the mic.
Oh yeah,
like I have a dark sense of humor, and I can't say half of the jokes I want to.
I have to like nerf myself when the camera's on. I do goofy shit all the time.
I have to nerf myself when I get to like actual events. I'm not on because you get really comfortable doing the shit on your own stream. The next thing you know, you do that offline. It's like next thing you get in that old hook, they're wrapping around, you're yanking you off. Next thing you get blacklisted.
like one of my friends out here, like he's agreed to never do commentary with me because we're like, dude, we're gonna make a whole bunch of jokes and we're gonna be laughing to our heart's content. And everybody else in the stream is gonna be like, who are these horrible human beings? Like, and so it's like, but so you can't go too far, you know. But the overall gist of it is, have fun while doing it. And even if you're weird, some people gravitate towards your weird because they're weird like that too.
Yo, that's why people watch my stream, man. I'm not funny, dude. I ain't lively. I just play Maxi, and we just have a good time and listen to some chill music, dude.
Yeah,
Yo,
pretty much. Like
we just listen to ska and pop punk, dude, and just beat people up with Maxi, try to make cool clips.
I put on like either like lo-fi hip hop or just old school hip hop when I play. Works for me.
Like, it's funny because my stream has no theme because sometimes like I'll like make me a drink the way I want to and I'm having a good old time. Other times I'm like, what does this move do? And I'm more focused on analyzing something, and it depends on exactly when you catch me. Will depend on how I feel when I'm streaming, because like I used to be amped all the time. Now I'm like, I'm amped depending on, and that's just with me. As I got older, my tastes have changed. Right. And so it's like, but there's somebody who likes you doing what you're doing. You just got to do it consistently and then find the audience for it.
Yeah.
Like, Eris had years of like, you know, being Eris offline. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden he found an audience. The same thing can happen for anybody in the Caliber community or gaming community or any community in general. Like, we have just talking. We're just folks sitting in the computer doing nothing except for like talking about random stuff. You can find your audience. Just be yourself and have fun while doing it. Don't feel that you need to hit numbers. Don't feel that you need to impress people. Just have fun. And you're going to have gaffes because we're human. It is what it is. But do what you can to just enjoy yourself, enjoy the ride, and take folks along with you for the fun. And if the Caliber community did that more often, we wouldn't have this problem as much.
Yeah. So I would say I'm basically hitting my time here where I have to get up and get the blood moving and go take care of a few things that, I mean, I'm cool reconvening next week, whether it's Thursday, Tuesday, whenever, for like a post final round analysis. I'm cool with that.
What I want to do is I want to try to get the top 3 up here. I'm gonna see how that goes. I'm gonna pester them. I'm gonna be on them immediately.
Yeah. And for those of you who are in the chat, not to hijack again, just throwing it out there. If any of you are going to be at final round, who for whatever reason are not there already, if you see like, you know, Grandma's Pop Tart or Bumfucker 234 or like a known player playing and you have your phone and you ain't doing shit, go and record the match and, you know, post it up on Twitter, post it up on YouTube, tag some folks. If they're not playing on stream and it's a good ass match, then, you know, record it, because there's too many good matches in tournaments that are lost and no one gets to see them because motherfuckers are just standing around, you know, just jaw jacking and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So even if you don't do YouTube, like if you don't have like a YouTube channel with content, just put it out there anyway. Link it up to some people. Yeah. Hit up the Soul Calibur Reddit page.
I'll tell you what, yo, I get most of my views from my videos off of Reddit.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly, like, yo, if you're not posting your shit onto Reddit, those guys watch that shit, dude. They watch it.
The Reddit page is more bumping than the 8-Way Run and the Facebook groups like combined.
There's 13,000 heads in the Reddit page, dude.
And I don't even go there.
There's 13,000 people on that Reddit page, and if you're not using that to like push your stuff out there, then like, I don't know. I be feeling like I'd be spazzing too much if I'm like posting in there every single day. Hey, got a new video up. Hey, got a new video up. I had to slow down.
Do that.
I did that. I did that for MKXN and Justice. I was just like, every day I was putting up something like, hey man, check this out. I'd look at my view. Like, I'd have a video with like 100 views on it. I put on Reddit 300 views. Like, damn. All right then, cool.
Where were you
the next
posting
one.
that?
And well, that was at the MK Reddit back then. But Reddit in and of itself is all about pretty much the same. But like, and even like I was at a few tournaments offline, just walking around with my jersey on. People are like, hey, are you Ragnarok? I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm from Reddit. I'm like, okay, cool, word. You know, what's up? You know, Reddit can be a bumping place. So man, just record some matches, put some stuff out there, support your locals. If you want to get into commentary, commentate your locals. You know, just hop in there, get some mic time, try to get on stream once or twice, put a reel together, and then try to hone your craft. You know. Yeah. Are you a play-by-play commentator, or are you a hype man? You know, there's room for both in the scene.
Like,
there's
so
said.
many ways to improve commentary. Yeah, like I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. There's so many ways to do commentary, but also you gotta still also have a love for the game. Like,
yeah,
like one of the issues we had, like when Soul Calibur 6 dropped, was that we had everybody join the Soul Calibur groups to do commentary in SoCal. And so like the people who were doing commentary in Soul Calibur couldn't do commentary because everybody would like rush the mic. Like they're playing a match, get on the mic, go, 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 go. It was like this mad dash for the mic.
Yeah.
Be gracious and allow also room for everybody else to grow. Don't try to hog it all to yourself. Because like that's all like in order, it's like it's simple conflict resolution. Do you want to do something? Yeah. If nobody's doing it, do it. But if somebody else is also trying to do it, don't like try to push them out so that you're the person doing it.
Yeah, like cause at the end of the day, you're gonna see these people more than once, and
unless
honestly,
you call it like a rift in the community.
Yeah, and also like you know, and I'm not naming names, but when you get to a certain point in the community, in any community, whether you're a player or a commentator. You know, people talk, and if you know do some shit that's like not entirely kosher, and people start talking about it, that could get you like bumped off from certain opportunities. So everyone wants to try to take the quick and easy way to get somewhere, but remember, like this shit is not like an overnight process. It's like you're not going to play the game for a month or a week and then be like top 8. You're gonna have to put time in it. It's a slow burn. It might be Soul Calibur 7 before you hit like top 8s and you're on doing commentary and whatnot, but just appreciate the grind.
Yeah, and get to know the people that you're doing it with.
Yes.
Yeah,
because like yeah, you're not you don't see the SoCal community. Like in SoCal, we have like esports commentators for like damn near every game, and all of them have like they kind of become isolated because they're the commentary group all the time now. And so it's like it can become cliquey, and it doesn't need to be.
Well,
so
that's like just I understand what you're saying.
But it's like, say if like you're trying to grow the game, and say you want to learn commentary, but then you're like, only the commentary crew and only these people can do commentary, and then you can crowd out other people because at some point you can't do commentary, and you're gonna need a backup commentator, and it needs to continue to grow. Like, do your opportunities, make the most of what you can, but don't be a jerk to other people who are also trying to do stuff. Like, there's a way to do it, but a lot of it involves just general good personal interaction. And no, we're not going to all get it right. Yes, we're all going to read people's intentions wrong every once in a while. It's going to happen. But don't worry about the concept of thinking somebody's holding you back or they're holding you down. Don't worry about if other folks are doing something the way that you want to do it. Don't worry about them. Hold your own stuff down, get on your business, and then we can grow this one person at a time.
Yes.
And I would say to even add on to that, don't be afraid of if you listen to this podcast and you decide, hey, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do YouTube or I'm gonna do Twitch or I'm gonna do whatever, and you start streaming or uploading and you have 1 view or no views. Like, don't be afraid of getting low numbers, because like I said, this doesn't happen overnight. There are a lot of people on every platform, and sometimes it just takes time. Like the very first, and Tommy can tell you, like Arena of Destiny up until like a week ago was getting like 25 to 30 views, and that was like the max. Maybe 40 for like 10 minutes, then back down to 30 or like whatever. But now we get like 60, 70 views the last stream. So consistency is key. don't be afraid of getting low numbers because it's just a natural part of the process. People don't naturally blow up overnight or over a week. You're gonna have to work at it.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid if you're streaming and you see like Nightbot and that's it, and you're just talking to yourself for 2 hours. You know, that's just how it be sometimes. But the consistency is gonna help you grow.
Yeah. Rakudo is a prime example because now he's getting like 100.
Yeah.
And he just streams consistently.
Yeah. He's just always there. Like if ever you turn on Soul Calibur 6, there's Rakudo.
Yeah. Especially if you're coming from a different scene and you're going into Calibur and you're gonna have low views. Like I was streaming Mortal Kombat for 9 months to a tune of like 67 people, 60, 70, and then I streamed like the Soul Calibur beta and I had 8 at a high point. I was like, God damn. But I kept with it, man. It's just part of the growing process. So, when you go live, I'm not saying tag 100 people on Twitter because that shit can get kind of annoying too. That gets a little annoying. I won't front. But just tell your friends, hey, I stream. Be consistent with when you stream. There's plenty of Discords you can advertise in. Don't be obnoxious about it, obviously. And then just try
working on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to promote an event, then go for it. But just be consistent, be outgoing, and don't be afraid to fail.
Yeah,
because you're gonna fail the first few times. It's just part of the process.
Trust and believe. Like for instance, like I've been doing YouTube since like 2008, right? Like on and off and stuff. And like I just now hit over 1,000 subscribers like a couple of months ago, and that was like a huge deal.
I still remember when you got banned from Twitch.
Oh man, I did get banned from Twitch. Oh yeah.
How did you get banned from Twitch?
We're not going to mention that. No, not on stream. Not on stream.
Were you showing the crowd your Black Mamba? Was that what happened?
No.
It wasn't print season. But no, we ain't going to say that because we don't need nobody seeing this and then trying to look it up. But
I don't even know if it's even around anymore. Like, that stream is gone, dude. It was gone the next morning, my entire account.
Damn, bro. Man over here DSPing himself or something.
No.
Oh, dude, DSP is a whole other issue.
We could talk about DSP for hours.
Mm.
I wish I could stream hentai games and get away with it.
Is that okay? Well,
like
on that note,
where do people find those things, man?
Did you remember?
No, wait, time out. Maybe we shouldn't talk about that on Twitch either. All right. As the adult, I like you keeping your account.
Thank you.
I will say that it was a few months ago. They had a advertisement for I wouldn't call it a World Cup, but it was like a World Cup event for certain types of games that may or may not require the push of a button saying you are 18 years or older. And there may have been money involved with winning these games. So someone could have been the very first some kind of tie of the end of the hen persuasion Evo champion.
Fuck yeah.
I'm the Bible Black champion. Anyway.
No!
The Bible Black champion?
Oh, no, we don't need that.
That's a classic.
Oh, Lord! If there's anything that joins the online community together,
it's porn.
It doesn't matter if you're a CS:GO player, if you're Caliber, if you're Street Fighter, anime titties.
I just feel bad for that one lady who was an art teacher. It's like, you got to learn how to draw these veins. Dude is like, nah, fam. I know I'm gonna get this money.
Oh my god!
And lo and behold, it became profitable. Lady is laughing at her art teacher right now. You said this would never work.
It hits home for me because I have a friend on my list that actually like semi-professionally draws hentai, and he's always posting things. I'm like, cool. And then every week it's like, oh man, I got hit with a Facebook ban. I got zucked. I'm like, well,
I got zucked.
It's interesting. I have interesting friends online from the gaming community. Jesus Christ,
dude,
we're a weird group of people.
I hope people start bringing start streaming from the damn hotel. Like those assholes right now, they can stream from their phone. I know they got unlimited data.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And if nothing else, then just record this shit. Like,
yeah,
if
right.
I was
like
the final round,
we was doing that shit in 2013, dog. We were on it, and that was back when it was like way harder too. Like I had to bring I had a shittier laptop. I had that fucking hop hog that I still use to this day to record, to stream my PS2 and shit. Man, but like, fuck, dude. People just need to figure this shit out.
You best believe if I was at final round and I heard there was like first to 10 for $100 between Rich Dix and Lolo in a hotel room, I'd be like, what room, son?
Is that happening?
Where my phone at? No, that's not happening. But if it did happen,
right? Yeah.
I'd be in there recording that shit. Like the world's gonna see this shit,
man.
And then another thing, like for those of you who maybe not, if you see somebody promoting content, then just help them promote it.
I personally,
it does nothing to hit like a share button or a retweet or whatever. Just help get more shit out there.
Yeah.
Like on a real, I'm a retweet bot. If I see Caliber Tech on Twitter, I hit the retweet button.
Yeah, same. And
I've been seeing random shit retweeted by Tommy. I'm like, I don't even play. He doesn't even play this character. He's over here retweeting this shit.
So like, dude, people need to see that joint, man.
Yeah.
I still have my Verizon Unlimited plan. Like for E3, I just had my cell phone, and I was like, everything I can get from my cell phone, I'm uploading it. That's how I got them sideways videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, Tommy, please, love of God, landscape, son. I've been getting those videos.
The worst part about it was like, so I had a Note 3, and the hard drive for it fried itself. So I was talking on the phone to my wife, and then it was like, you don't have a phone anymore.
All right,
and then that was it. So I was like, I gotta buy a phone, and so the phone I got was an S7, which is garbage.
Yeah.
All right, so we need to wrap this up. We're gonna make a what the community needs to do list, right?
So, all right. So, are we just going like around the table with this one, or?
Yeah, we can go around the table. Like, well, we can all shoot off one until we have that one left.
So I'm gonna say first up, anyone who is going to final round who is not there already, if you are in between matches in your pool, or dropped out of pools, or just going to spectate, if you see like some potentially hype match being put off stream, put that shit in landscape mode. Landscape mode. One more time for the fellas back. Landscape. And record that junk and then put it on YouTube and tag everybody.
Yep. All right. I'm writing them all down. I'll go. People need to start streaming all the time. Just if you're playing video games anyway and you're on PC, there's no reason for you not to be streaming. You have no excuse, literally none. So get to it. If you want to grow, you're not gonna grow unless you do it. And then you're gonna sit around, and trust me, this is from personal experience. You're gonna sit around feeling like shit because you didn't do it, and then you're gonna be like, damn. Well, everyone else is progressing. I didn't do shit, and now I feel bad. So don't make yourself feel bad. So get your shit done.
Oh yeah, and please label who is playing. If I swear to God, if I see a final round matchup and it's Cervantes versus Tira, I'm like, motherfucker, who? Like,
label your matches, boys.
Number 3, support your locals.
Well, what if I don't have a local?
Create your own local.
Damn.
If you can't do that and there's nobody else around you, then do something. Just do something. Anything.
Support someone else's local. Go watch their shit.
Go watch theirs. Like, farm up some ad bits. Do something. But support the local community in any way that you can. Because if more people see that there are offline events or there are events they can go to, then we'll have more people who are willing to show up.
Yeah.
If you try to advertise your locals, because like I moved out to another portion of LA and I started advertising to random people, yo, there is a LAN center here, go to it and get some games in. And some random dudes at the Winco are like, that exists.
Yeah,
I've been
bro,
here for 10 years, I've never seen it, fam.
Like I've been noticing like LAN centers are popping up a lot. The spot right up the street from me where I go, it's called GameWorks. It's like a Dave and Buster's kind of thing, but now they're like putting in LAN shit. They just like the last week we went over there, they had like 30 fucking towers in there and setups and shit, and they got their like login information, all that shit up there. So like the LAN centers are there, bro. Like they got Xanadu is like right up there. It's like, you know, got the cave. This is like all in like that I've driven to in like 3 to 4 hours. Like, yo, If you got a car, nah, fuck it. If you can get on a bus, go.
Yeah. I mean, like, mind you, but I'm not telling everybody if you don't have the finances to go and support a local, and if you can't.
Shit, I am.
Quit being an idiot.
I am.
I'm not asking you to do anything unreasonable.
I am. I am. I do unreasonable shit all the time for Caliber. I don't give a fuck.
Like, the last thing we need are more stereotypical broke gamers who ain't got no money because they ain't got no job because they got fired for playing video games.
Well, I didn't get fired for playing video games. I definitely quit because my boss sucked.
Well, that's totally different. Having a sucky boss is different than like losing your job because you wanted to make sure that you got top 8, so you didn't show up to work for a week, and then now you're over here asking me for $5.
Oh no! What I would do would be like, hey, I'm gonna be going out of town, and I would tell him like a week beforehand. I'd put it in.
Even I don't do that. I put stuff ahead like a week to a month. Like,
yeah, I'm a good month out when I do my shit.
For the ones that actually like I was wholeheartedly needed to go to, like NEC, like I would make sure to do that. But for some of the events, dude, like I literally would like not even know. Some events, dude, like I would get off of work on Friday at 5 and then drive up to fucking Philly after work. Like after waking up at 6 in the morning, driving and working through till 5 and then driving to Philly. And then staying up.
I stopped doing that.
And then staying up all night playing Soul Calibur till 4 a.m. and then going and playing the pools. Going to play your pool. Then making it to top 8. That's the dream.
Yeah, I had that happen to me one time. I was like, nah.
That's the
I'm
fun.
old man status. I gotta get my 6 hours of sleep.
I'm like, look, man, I'm trying to make sure I get to retirement with my faculty still intact, and I like video games so I can play all when I retire. Like, what you need to do in order to make sure that you can make it to your locals, step 1, handle your business before your business handles you, which means you need to make sure that you're employed, or you have enough money to go, you got business handled, you can afford to eat food.
Yeah. Be
a productive and responsible adult first. So then that you have money, you can support your local community and help it grow. So support your locals once all other important things are covered.
Now I'd say that to even tack on to that point is that I feel like one underused resource is the FGC rideshare group.
Oh, yo, that was made by Nitty, dude, forever ago. Nitty made that group.
It's for those of you who are, it's like a big ass group where everybody of the FGC can get together and figure out, coordinate rides, coordinate rooming, and just because you see somebody going to an event that you may not know, if they're posting an advert in there about people riding with, just go ahead and go. If you're the only Soul Calibur player in a car full of Dragon Ball Fighter players, at least you're going to the same fucking local. Just make sure that they know what time your game is, and you know what time they're don't get stranded, nothing like that. But FGC rideshare, just go check it out. It's not going to be for every single local, regional, whatever, but it's better than, sitting at home going, man, I wish I could have gone.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if a video exists of this yet. If not, I'm definitely about to, swoop in and make it. But how to, get to event, how to plan an event, cheaply. How to, go to these things, and not spend over $5,000, $500.
Yeah.
Don't go too ham at the bar, even though, all the homies are going ham at the bar. Try not to go too ham at the bar. You room with 5 people, you're probably only going to be paying $60 for that weekend. So it's shit like that, dude. You can legit
That's
go to
basic adulting that people don't have anymore.
I mean, you got people it's people want to hear the obvious because I don't know. They don't even know they want to hear the obvious.
It's just the obvious thing because you be having one or two. At KIT, you go crazy at the bar.
The drinks are dude. NEC is the fucking worst, man. When it comes to spending money on drinks, where he has them at the fucking casino, bro.
Dude, it's the same thing with KIT and Combo Breaker. They actually have bars in the venue now. You can go and get a Hado or they have all these different FGC cocktails that are $6, $7, $8, $9.
The Piccolo specials, that shit was delicious.
It was, but man, I can't be dropping $8 for a shitty, a watered down cocktail. It was good, but with KIT, I went to Walmart and I bought a bottle of rum, a bottle of vodka, and a bottle of gin. I just brought it in my suitcase. Like now, some events, depending on where you're at, may be harder to do stuff like that. But I say pregame.
Oh yeah.
And save yourself some money.
Oh,
And don't
yeah.
buy the expensive shit because remember these are your friends, but they ain't your friends. Like I ain't bringing the expensive shit for these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Like the only time
I don't know,
like
man.
I don't even buy like my expensive liquor is at my house.
There's
like-
something the Caliber community is like one thing that is great about us is like we like to party and we like to drink. And there's definitely like even right now I know them fools is drunk as hell right now. Like
Go to Wawa, yeah, for real.
Yeah, but like so fucking if you're at events, record in landscape mode.
Please.
Support your locals.
Please.
And if you don't have a local, create your own local. And if you can't create your own local, use the shit around there. Use shit online to, get in contact with people. Like I know everyone's part of like some sort of like gaming group.
And I'm gonna add one more, and then that'll be it.
All right.
March 24th. Tomahawk knows where I'm going with this.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Arena of Destiny on Steam. On Steam. Since you motherfuckers kept asking for it, Arena of Destiny, March 24th. That is a Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Signups will go live on March 23rd. That is Saturday, around noon-ish. It'll be on Twitter at Ragnarok_FGC. I'm sure Tomahawk will retweet them. He'll be in the Discords and in the Facebook pages. So we put it across multiple. I better see all you motherfuckers sign. Yeah, I'm just saying. March 24th, Arena Destiny on Steam. Tell your friends. And then we have another announcement that's coming down later on the line. But we're working on it. We're working on something for y'all. So
yeah, I'm looking for it. Like this year is going to be interesting because if we don't get financial assistance, that's not going to stop us.
No.
Like, I'm not worried about somebody else's money helping me out. I'm about to handle my business, and I'm about to see what we can do. And if we can get some stuff cracking, where we can get the community together and all be focused on how about we build our community up, how about we help our local areas, how about we help spots like Mazzarino, et cetera, then we can get some good stuff going on. Like, I don't want to give too much away, but it's going to be real interesting because we're going to see who are going to be the people who are complaining that we did something versus the people who are like, let's get stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Like Evo's around the corner. Oh yeah, another thing.
I'm trying to go to that.
We're going to play against all the international groups at Evo. Oh, I'm excited for
the
that.
video content for Evo is gonna be sick. I have to make sure I get out there.
Yeah, this is the first official release tournament for Caliber at Evo. It's gonna be pretty nuts.
It's been a while. Yeah, the last time was Soul Calibur 5 in 2012.
Yeah, so
Yeah. Got top 16 like an idiot. Dropped my combo. Could have made it to top 8. Oh, I'm so mad about that.
I know how that feels. But
So I'm cool with reconvening. Next Thursday? Is that what we're doing this?
You want to do
Thursday nights?
You want to do Thursday? We can do Thursday nights.
So that's cool. That'll give everyone coming back from final round a couple days to kind of recuperate.
Yeah.
And get over the salt of getting 9th place.
Holy shit, dude! It's the worst. No,
we can see how many.
I think honestly, I could say the worst. The worst is getting 4th place.
Yeah.
And I went for an extended period. If you look at my tournament history in 5, I went for a stint of like 2 years of tournaments where I was like getting 4th place, or like a year of them where I was just getting 4th place at every fucking event, like making it so far into the bracket and not getting it. Or like if I would make it to top 8, I would just like wash out. It's like fuck, dude.
Yeah, like 2nd, 4th, 9th, and 17th.
Yikes.
Or 19th, whatever the equivalent of that placement is.
Just right outside.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we can see next week how many of our pool predictions came true. And
yep, I got
if you want to try to like get the top 3 or like whoever wins, and then some notable people who had standout performances or stuff like that, then
yeah. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try for the next time. Like since we're gonna have like that, I'm gonna try to get clips and all that too. Maybe we can make something juicy.
Sure.
I enjoyed making the little little pictures and stuff for this one. All right, but thank you everyone for joining. Thank you Tomahawk. Thank you Ragnarok. I appreciate you both.
Same.
March 24th, y'all, on Sunday. Remember, Arena of Destiny, PC, Steam, March 24th. It starts at 8. Sign-ups are the 23rd at noonish. No excuses.
None. You gets none.
I better see at least 30 entrants for Arena of Destiny because like that's as many of you are in here that's not us in the call. But all right, we will recap. This ends the first session of what is this? What are we calling this?
Yeah, what do we call? I didn't meant to ask. What are we calling this?
Oh man, what are we calling it? The state of Caliber?
I don't know.
State of Caliber TV. No, you know what? This is gonna for now. This is just gonna be Caliber TV, episode 1.
All right.
The final round pre-podcast. That's what this is going to be.
I'm cool with that.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for joining. I will see you guys on next Thursday to discuss final round. Hopefully, it'll be Rich Sticks on the podcast with me next week, along with Party Wolf and Linkors, because I'm calling that right now.
Watch it be Sandman who just shows up as number one.
Sandman.
Heard y'all was talking that good stuff.
I know. Sandman was like, "Hey, what'd you say at the end of that podcast, man?" But all right,
you feared
y'all.
the beard?
Yo, man. Be easy. Y'all be safe. IRM is out. I might stream tonight some Soul Calibur. I'm not sure. I'm kind of exhausted. I need to go eat. I left my Chinese food in the microwave for 30 minutes.
Damn.
Later, guys.
Later.